Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. In our previous video, we covered the entire front end of this full stack MERN project. So if you already watched that part, you can skip ahead to the backend section of this video. But if you're new here or want a complete walkthrough, feel free to watch from the beginning. This video covers the full flow from the front end to back end. So let's get started with the complete tour of this project. Starting at the top, we have a clean navbar with the logo and the name on the left, and the pages links on the right for smooth section navigation. Next is the hero banner with a watch video button that opens a model to play embedded video. Below that is a special menu section. Items here are fetched from the backend. You can only add items after logging in to ensure secure access. Then comes About Us section. Then there will be a menu items which are categorized like drink and desserts. To add a new item under drinks, we head to admin panel. In the admin panel, you just need to upload an image, copy the name of the image, put the name of the image here, then give a description, then select category like drinks, then give a rating, then amount, then the popularity. Now add to menu, then go to the list item. As you can see, the item is being added over here. Now go and check the front end page, reload the page, then go to drinks. As you can see, a drink is being added over here. Now let's move on. Now for the authentication flow, go to create account, fill the details, toggle the password, visibility, and sign up. A pop-up confirms success. Log in with the same credentials and check Remember Me for the session presence. Now, once you logged in, you can add, update, or remove menu items. You can add this project to your resume. You also get access to the card and My Orders page. In the cart, you can update or delete items on checkout, fill in your details, choose online payment, and proceed. You will be taken to a Stripe checkout page. After successful payment, the My Orders page show your order. To test multi-user support, log in with another account on a different browser. Their My Orders page will be empty. Each user see only their own orders. Admins can view all orders and update its status like out for delivery. Refreshing the user's page reflects the new status in the real time. For COD, add items, go to checkout, then select COD, and after completion, the cart clears and order gets saved. Admins can update the status same way. The site is fully responsive, optimized for mobile, tablet, and desktop. Finally, on the Contact Us page, submit your information and it redirects to the WhatsApp with your message ready to go. That's the full walkthrough of our MERN stack project. Let's jump into the code and build it together. So let's get started. Open your VS Code. Now go to your Chrome, type vite react. Go to first link, scroll down, copy this command. Now go to your terminal, paste it over here. Type your project name Frontend. Now choose React. Now choose JavaScript. Now copy this first line, paste it over here. Now second line, paste it over here. While it was installing, let's go to Chrome, type Tailwind CSS. Now go to framework guides. Using Vite, copy this command. Go to your terminal, paste it over here. While it was installing, let's copy this second line. Go to your VS Code. In your viteconfig.js file, paste it over there. Now copy this Tailwind CSS, paste it over here while putting a comma between them. Now copy this import statement. Go to your app.css, delete this folder. Now go to your index.css, paste this import. Now copy this h1 tag. Go to app.jsx, delete this. Type RESTful, paste the h1 tag in between this div. Now type full class name. Now go to your terminal, type npm run dev. As you can see, our Tailwind CSS is successfully installed. Now install React Router DOM. Click the first link, copy this command, paste it over here. It will install the dependencies. Now go to main.jsx, remove this strict mode and add browser router. Delete this app from here and add it in between them. Now go to index.html, remove the title and give your own title. In my case, this is Foodie Frenzy. Now go to your terminal, type npm run dev, click on the link. Now as you can see, our title is successfully changed. As you can see, here is an asset folder. In this asset folder, I have added multiple food images. And there is dummy data folder. In this, you get the dummy data. To get those images and the dummy data, the link of those assets and dummy data folder is provided in the video description. Now close all tabs. Now go to your source file. Now make a new folder. Type components. Now make another folder. give it a name pages. In this pages folder, make a new folder home. Inside this home folder, make a new file, home.jsx. Inside this file, type RESTful. Now go to components, make a new folder, navbar. In navbar, make a navbar.jsx file, type RESTful. Now delete this div and add nav tag. Inside this, give it a class name. Give the background color with this color code. Now border from bottom will be 8. Border color will be 900 for and opacity will be 30. Now give it a shadow amber 900 and opacity will be 30. It will be from Z axis it will be 50. Give a shadow, then group forward it /nav, then overflow x-axis will be hidden. Now make a div, give it a class name, absolute. From top it will be -3, from left it will be 1/2, minus translate x-axis from 1/2, width will be full, max width 7xl, padding from x-axis will be 4. Now give it a new div, give it class name, height will be 6 pixel. Now background gradient to right from transparent via amber 600, opacity will be 50 to transparent shadow 20 pixel. Now give shadow amber 500, transparency will be 30. Now make a new div, give it a class name, flex, justify between. Padding from x-axis will be 6. Now go to new tab, search React icon. Go to this link, copy this command, go to your terminal, paste it over here. It will install React icons. Now go to React icons, search for GI4. Now copy the code, paste it over here. Now add this GI pork knife spoon and give it a class name. Add a text amber 500, opacity will be 40. Margin from top will be 4 minus margin from left will be 2. Rotate 45 degree. Size will be 32. Now copy this line and paste it to the next line. Change the margin from left to right. Now reload the site. It is not visible yet. Go to your home.jsx. Remove this line. Now add a nav bar. Go to app.jsx. Remove this div. Add routes. Now let's import route. React router down. Inside this route, add a route. Path will be forwarded /. Element will be home. Now let's recheck. Now you can see navbar has been visible. Now go to your navbar.jsx and add a new section, main navigation container. In this container, add a div, give it a class name. Max width will be 7 XL. Margin from x-axis will be auto, padding from x-axis will be 4, relative. Then make a new div, give it a class name, flex justify between item center, height will be 16. From medium devices, height will be 20. For large devices, height will be 24. Now make a new section, logo section. In this, add a new div, give it a class name, flex shrink 0, flex item center, space from x-axis will be 2, group relative. For medium devices, transition will be -x4. For large devices, transition will be -x6. For margin left will be 0. For medium devices, margin left will be 2. Make a new div, give it a class name, absolute, insert -4. BG Ember 500, opacity will be 10. Rounded full, blur XXL. Opacity 0, group, hover, nav. Opacity 100. Transition opacity. Duration will be 300. Now let's add a icon. GI chef torque. Give it a class name. Text 3XL. For medium devices, text will be 4XL. For large, it will be 5XL. Text Ember 500. Transition. Group hover rotate 12. Group hover text Ember 400. Hover drop shadow will be 005 pixel. Hover drop shadow will be 500. Opacity will be 50. Now close this div. Make a new div. Give it a class name flex column. Relative. Margin from left will be 2. Max width is 140 pixel. For medium devices, max width will be 160 pixel. For large, it will be. In this div, make a nav link. Add 2 forwarded slash. Give it a class name. As you can see, icon is visible now, and on hover it will rotate by 12 degrees. Now coming back to this class name, add text 2XL. For medium devices, text will be XL. For large, it will be 4XL. Background gradient to right from Ember 400 to Ember 600. PG clip text. Text will be transparent, font Monsieur, tracking wider. Now give drop shadow 2 pixel, then 2 pixel. Now give a drop shadow black minus translate x-axis to truncate. For medium devices, truncate will be none. Give a name food frenzy. Now as you can check, food frenzy. Now make a new div. In this div, give it a class name, height will be 3 pixel. Background gradient from right from Ember 600, opacity will be 30. Via Ember 400, opacity will be 50. To Ember 600, opacity will be 30. Width will be full. Margin from top is 1. Margin from left is 1. Shadow will be 0, 2 pixel, 5 pixel. Shadow Ember will be 500. Opacity will be 20. Now as you can see, a line under is added. Now make a new section, desktop navigation. Open a div, give it a class name, hidden. For medium devices, flex. Item will be center, space from x-axis will be 2. For medium devices it will be 1. For large devices, space from x-axis will be 4. Flex 1, justify end. Then make a new const here. In this, type is open, then set is open is equal to use state. It will be false. Now type new const navlink is equal to, in this, give name home, comma 2 forward slash, comma icon will be fi home. You can import a new fi home icon here. Now go to pages, make a new folder, give this folder name about pages. In this, make a new file about page JSX. Type RESTful. Now make a new folder in pages, cart. In this, make a new file cart.jsx. Type RESTful. Now make another folder in this pages, contact page. In this, make a new file contact page.jsx. Type RESTful in this as well. Make new folder menu. In this menu folder, add a new file menu.jsx. Type RESTful. Then go to app.jsx. Let's make routes. Give a route. Path will be contact. Element will be contact page. Make new route. Path will be about. Element will be about page. Now another route, give a path name menu. Element will be menu. In another route, path will be cart. Element will be cart. Now all routes are added. Close this pages. Now open navbar.jsx. In this, now go to GitHub. In Hexagon Digital Services GitHub, go to Food Frenzy, go to navbar, navbar.jsx, copy this code. Now paste the code here. Now copy this import, paste imports here. Now go to desktop navigation and this open a curly braces, type nav links dot map, open arrow function. Inside this function, type nav link. Key will be navlink dot name to link to. Then class name, give it a arrow function which is active. Then group padding from x-axis will be 3. For medium devices, padding will be 3. For large, it will be 4. Padding from y-axis will be 2. For medium, it will be 2. For large, it will be 3. Then text will be small. For medium, text will be 15 pixel. For large, text will be base. Relative, transition all, duration 300. Flex, items center, hover, background amber 900, opacity will be 20. Rounded 3xl. Border will be 2. Then open a dollar sign. In this is active. Question mark. Then border amber 600. Opacity will be 50. Border amber 900. Opacity will be 20. Shadow will be insert 0015 pixels. Shadow amber will be 500. Opacity will be 20. Then give it a OR function. In OR, add border amber 900. Opacity will be 30. Hover border amber 600. Opacity will be 50. Now shadow medium, shadow amber 900, opacity will be 20. Close this nav link. Now go check out. Here as you can see 4 blocks will be added. Now open a span tag. Give it a class name. Margin from right will be 2. Text will be small. For medium devices, text will be 15 pixels. For large, text will be base. Now text amber 500. Group hover. Text amber 300. Transition will all. Then open link.icon. Open a new span tag. Give it a class name. Text amber 100. Group hover. Text amber 300. Relative. In this, add link.name as open a new span. It will be a closed span tag. Give it a class name. Absolute minus bottom 1. Left it will be 0. Width will be 0. Height 2 pixels. Then background amber 400. Transition all. Group hover. Width will full. Now as you can see, icons and name is added and you can hover as well. Now open a div, give a class name, flex item center, space from x-axis will be 2. For medium devices it will be 3. For large it will be 4. Margin from left will be 3. For medium it will be 3. For large it will be 6. Margin from right will 2. For medium devices, it will 3, and for large, it will 4. Open a nav link. Tag 2 is equal to /cart. Class name will be padding will be 2. For medium, padding will be 2.0. For large, it will be padding will be 3. Text ember 100. Now rounded XL, transition all, relative. Border will be 2. Border ember 900. Opacity will be 30. Hover. Border ember 600. Opacity 50. Group. Hover. Background ember 900. Opacity will be 20. Now hover. Shadow will large. Hover shadow will amber 50. 500. Opacity will be 30. Now shadow in medium devices will be amber 900 and opacity will be 20. Now add a new icon, give it a class name, text base. For medium devices, text will be large. For large devices, text will be large. Open a new curly braces, add a new const in this total. Give total item is equal to use cart. Open new folder, make a new folder cart context. Inside this, make a new file cart context.jsx, type REFCE, remove this code, type const cart context is equal to create context. Now make export const cart provider, which is equal to children. Then make an arrow function. Inside this, return cart context.provider. Inside this, add children. Above this, add value. Open curly braces. Now move to export const, use cart, give it an arrow function, use context. Inside this, add cart context. Now go to main.jsx. Above this, add cart provider. Delete this route, paste this route over here. Now go to navbar.jsx. Add import, use cart from cart context. As you can see, a cart will be added, new page will be added to every nav components. Now go to about page, add navbar to this page, remove this and add this inside this. Now copy this and add to cart, add to contact page as well, and same with menu page. Now close all tabs, reload the site. As you can see, in each page the nav is added. Now go to navbar.jsx, add total items which will be less than 0, and open a span tag, give it a class name about, minus from top it will be 2, minus from right it will be 2, bg ember 600, text ember 100, text x small, width 5, height will be 5, rounded full, flex item will be center, justify center. Then inside this, add total items. Now make a mobile menu. Inside this, make a new div. Give it a class name. For medium devices, it will be hidden. Flex item center. Margin right will be 2. Inside this, make a new button. Give it a class name. Text number 500. Hover text number 300. Focus outline will be none. Transition all. Padding will be 2. Rounded pixel. Border will be 2. Border ember 900. Opacity will be 30. Hover ember 600. Opacity will be 50. Relative. Shadow medium. Shadow ember 900. Opacity will be 20. Hover shadow large. Hover shadow 500. Opacity will be 30. Now on click, make a arrow function, set is open, not is open, then open a div, give it a class name, space from y-axis will be 2, relative. Inside this, open a span tag, give it a class name, block, width will be 6, height will be 2 pixels, border, background current, transition all. Curly braces, inside this is open, question mark, rotate 45, translate y axis to 7 pixels, or it will be none. Close this span from here, make a new span tag, close this is here, give it a class name, inside this, block, copy this from here and paste it here. Give a dollar sign is open, question mark, opacity will be 2, opacity will be 0 or none. Close this class name, then copy this span tag and paste it over here. Now rotate will be minus and translate will be minus. Now make a new section, mobile navigation. Inside this, open a new is open, and inside this open a div, give it a class name. As you can see, it is responsive, and now give a class name, medium, hidden, background will be 2D, 1B, 0E, background from top will be 4, border ember 900, opacity will be 40, relative shadow large, shadow ember 900, opacity will be 30 and width will be full. Inside this, add a new div, give it a class name, padding from axis will be 4, padding from y will be 4, space between y-axis will be 2. Navlinks.map, inside this will open a new arrow function, link navlink key is equal to link.name to link.to. On click, give it a arrow function, set is open will be false. Give it a class name is active. Open arrow function, block, padding from x-axis will be 4, from y it will be 3, text will small, rounded XL, transition all, item will be center. When a dollar sign is active, question mark, background number 600, opacity will be 30, text area, text number 400 or text number 100. Hover will be background number 600, opacity will be 20. Now close this. Border 2, dollar is active, question mark, border amber 600, opacity will be 50, or border amber 900, opacity will be 30. Open and close this nav, add a span tag, give it a class name, margin from right will be 3, text amber 500. Inside this, add link dot icon. Now as you can see, the 4 cards are. Now give links dot name. As you can see, name is visible. Now open a new div, give it a class name, padding from top will be 4, border top 2, border ember 900, opacity will be 30, space from y will be 2, open a nav link / forwarded / card. On click, set is open is false. Now give it a class name, width will be full, padding from x-axis will be 4, from y it will be 3, text will be center, text number 100, now rounded XL, border will be 2, border amber 900 and opacity is 30. Hover, border amber 600, opacity will be 50. Now flex item center, justify center, space from x-axis will be 2, text will be small, add a new icon, FI shopping cart, give it a class name, text LG. Now copy this, add this here. Now change this minus and absolute. Now make a new section, login model. Now let's go to create a function const show login model. Give a comma, set show login model. Is equal to use state will be false. Now coming back to login model section, open a curly braces, type show login model and open a bracket, make a div, Inside this div, give it a class name, fixed, inset will be 0, bg black opacity will be 60, flex item center, justify center, z 50, from p axis will be 50. Open a new div, give it a class name, background gradient to bottom right, from this to this. Rounded will be XL, padding will be 6, width will be full, max width will be 480 pixels. It will be relative, border will 4, border emboss 700, opacity will be 30, shadow, then shadow inside this 30 pixels, shadow ember 500, opacity will be 30. Then open a new tag button, on click, open a new arrow function, give navigate, forwarded slash, give it a class name absolute, top, from top it will be 2, from right it will be 2, text ember 500, hover, text ember 300, text to Excel. Now coming upwards, make a new function, const navigate is equal to use navigate. Inside this, and times, as you can see. Now give a h2 tag. Inside this, give it a class name, text to Excel, font will be bold, background gradient to right, from ember 400 to ember 600, background clip text, text transparent, margin bottom will be 4, text center, give it a name, foodie frenzy. Now go to components, add a new folder, login. Inside this, add a new file, login.jsx. Now type RESTful. Now insert this login inside the nav bar. On login success is equal to handle login success. On close, it will be open a arrow function, navigate to forwarded slash. Close this, add this a new function, location is equal to use location. Combine updating login model and auth status on location changes. Now give a const here is authenticated, comma set is authenticated is equal to use state. Inside this boolean dot local storage dot get item login data. Use effect will be open a arrow function. Inside this set shadow login model will be location dot path name. It will be forwarded slash login. Set is located authenticated boolean local storage dot get item login data. Now inside this login dot path name Open app.jsx, add a new route, path, login. Element will be login. Now element will be home. Now copy this, make a const and paste it over here. Open a new arrow function, local storage dot set items, login data, comma json dot stringify. Inside this, add logged in is true. Another set is authenticated will be true. Then navigate forwarded slash. Give it a new const, handle logout. Open a new arrow function. Inside this, local storage dot remove item, login data. Then set is authenticated will be false. Extract desktop authentic auth button. Inside this, we'll making new const render desktop auth button equal to, open a new arrow function, return is authenticated. Inside this, make a new button in which on click is equal to handle logout. Give it a class name. Padding from x-axis will be 3. For medium devices it will be 3. For large it will be 6. Padding from y-axis will be 1.5. For medium 2. For large it will be 3. Background gradient to bottom right from Ember 600 to Ember 700. Text, give this code rounded to XL. Font will be bold, hover, shadow. Large, hover, shadow. Ember 600. Opacity will be 40. Transition all. Transform, hover, scale 1.02. And border will be 2. Border Ember 600. Opacity will be 20. Flex item center base from x-axis will be 2. Shadow medium and shadow Ember 900. Opacity 20. Text XS. Then for medium it will be small. For large it will be small. Add a new icon, FE logout. Give it a class name, text base. For medium text will be large. For large devices text will be large. Span tag, give it a class name, text. Write the name logout. Outside this OR function, give a new button. On click it will be, open a new arrow function, navigate to forwarded slash login. Then give it a class name. Padding from x-axis will be 3. Copy this CSS, paste it over here. Now open a new button, close this button. give a proper name, login, then change this icon to FI key. Now we'll be making an extract mobile auth button. Okay, const render mobile auth button is equal to function, then return is authenticated question mark inside button on click handle logout. Give it a class name. Width will be full, padding from x-axis will be 4, padding from y it will be 3, background gradient to bottom right from Ember 500 to Ember 700, text will be this, then rounded Excel, font will be semi bold, flex, item centers, justify center, space from x-axis will be 2, text small. Below this add a new icon, FE logout, span, give a name logout, open a new or copy this, paste it over here. Now change this icon to key, name login, then inside arrow function type navigate /login, set is open will be false. Now once you go, you can see, copy this render name, paste it over here, open a new bracket, copy this, paste it over here. As you can see, we have a login and logout pop-up. Now go to components, make a new component banner. Inside this add a new file, banner.jsx, type RAFCE, add this banner to home. As you can see, banner is added. Add a div, give a class name relative. Inside this, open a new div, give it a class name, background gradient to bottom right from Ember 900 via Ember 800 to Ember 700. Text will be white, padding from y-axis will be 16, padding from x-axis will be 4. For small devices, padding from x-axis will be 8, relative. Overflow will be hidden. Open a new div, give it a class name absolute, insert will be 0, background gradient to right from Ember 900 opacity will be 20 to Ember 700 opacity will be 10. Open a new div, give it a class name max with 6xl, max xx will be auto, flex column. For medium devices, flex will be row, item center. Gap will be 20, relative, z-axis will be 10. Inside this, we'll make left content first. Open a new div, give it a class name, flex1, space, y-axis will be 8, relative for medium devices. Padding from right is equal to 8, For large, padding from right will be 19. For then text will be center. For medium devices, text will be left. Open a new h1 tag, give it a class name text 4xl. For small devices, it will be 5xl. For medium, it will be 4. For large, it will be 6xl. Font will bold, leading, tight, font surf, drop shadowed, medium. Write a name, we are here, give a br tag, open a new span tag, give it a class name text ember 400, background gradient to right from ember 400 to ember 300, background will be clip. Inside this, add for food and delivery. Once you open, as you can see, the heading mentioned there. Open a new paragraph tag, give it a class name, text will be large. For medium, text will be large. For large devices, text will be XL. Font will be Playfair, italic. Small devices, text will be XL. Text will Ember 100. Max width will XL. Opacity will 90. Max MX auto. Then MD will be MX0. Now give a description. As you can see, description is been added. Now add a new form tag. Inside this on submit, we handle search. Give it a class name relative. Max width will be 2xl. Max mx auto. For medium devices, mx will be 0 group. Open a new div, give it a class name relative, flex item will be center, background number 900, opacity will be 30, then round in xxl, border will be 2, border amber 500, opacity will be 30, then give a shadow 2xl, hover, background number 400, opacity will be 50, transition all, duration will be 300. Inside this, open a new div, give it a class name, padding will be 6, padding from right will be 3. Add a new icon, FA search, give it a class name, text will be XL, text amber 400, opacity will be 80. Now search in React icon, FA search. Now copy this line, paste it over here on top, then add a input, type will be text, value will be search. Now make a function const search, const search query, then set search query is equal to use state, and then come back here, make it search query on change e, open a arrow function, set search query e target dot value will be place in placeholder will be discover your next favorite meal. Give it a class name with full padding, y-axis will be 4, padding from right will be 6, background transparent, outline will be none, and placeholder amber 200, opacity will be 70, text large, font will be medium, tracking white. Now once you see there's an error, let's see, handle search will not recognize. Let's make a new function handle search is equal to open a new arrow function e dot prevent default console dot log ching for search query. Then once you're back, it will be loaded. As you can see, a search bar will be added over here. Now go back to this, add a button, give it a class name, margin right 4, padding from x-axis will be 6, padding from y-axis will be 3, background gradient to right from ember 400 to ember 300, rounded large font will be semi-bold, text ember 900, hover from ember 300, hover to ember 200, transition all, duration will be 300, shadow large, hover, shadow will be ember 300, opacity will be 20. Now in this type will be submit, give it a name search. Now as you can see, a search button will added in this. Now open a new div, give it a class name flex wrap, gap 4, justify center. For medium devices it will be justify start. From top, from margin top it will be 6, give it a button, give a class name group flex, then item center, gap will be 3, bg ember 800, opacity will be 30, hover, background ember 800, opacity will be 50, padding from x-axis will be 6, padding from y-axis will be 3, rounded x-axis, transition all, duration 300. Now border will be 2, border ember 700, opacity will be 50, hover border ember 400, then border blur small. Now add a new icon, fa download, give it a class name text xsl. Now text ember 400, group hover, animate bounce. Close this tag, open a new span tag, give it a class name text large, give the name download app. As you can see, a new button is generated. Now open a new button tag, give it a class name, group will be then flex, then item center, gap will be 3, bg gradient to right from ember 400 to ember 300, hover from ember 300 over to ember 200. Padding from x-axis will be 6, padding from y-axis will be 3, rounded XL, transition all, duration will be 300, shadow large, then hover shadow ember 300, opacity will be 30. Inside this, add an icon, fa play, give it a class name text XL, text ember 900, opacity will be none. Now open a new span tag, give it a class name text large, text ember 900, font will be semi-bold. Inside this, give a name watch video. Now let's make a function const show video, comma set show video is equal to use state will be false. Now scroll down, and this click, open a New arrow function set show video will be true. Now as you can see, a video button is created. Now make a right section image. In this, open a new div, give it a class name, flex1, relative, group. Margin from top will 8. For medium devices, it will be 0. Min height will be 300 pixels. For small devices, minimum height will be 400 pixels. Now inside this, make a new section, main image. Open a new div, give it a class name, relative, round it full, padding will be 1, background gradient to bottom right, from Ember 700 via Ember 800 to Ember 400. Shadow will be 2 XL, z-axis will be 20, width will be 250 pixels. Copy this. For small devices, width will be 300 pixels. For small devices, it will be 350 pixels. Height will be 250 pixels. Now copy this. For extra small devices, height will be 300 pixels. In this for small devices, it will be 350 pixels. From margin, x-axis will be auto. Open an image tag, give a source banner image. Alt will be banner, give it a class name, rounded full, border will be 4. For extra small devices, border will be 8, border Ember 900, opacity will be 50, width will be full, height and will be full, object cover, object top. Now go to scroll up, let's import the banner image. Give the banner assets from folder assets dummy data. Now make a new function, give banner image is equal to banner assets. As you can see, image is successfully shown. Coming back, open a new div, give it a class name absolute, insert 0, rounded will be full, background gradient to bottom, from transparent to Ember 900, opacity will be 40, max blend will be medium. Now go to top, go to this link, go to your dummy data, copy this name, paste it over here. Now give it a comma, video. Now scroll below, add a new section, orbital images. In this section, open a new curly braces, make orbit image dot map. Inside this, image source, comma, index. Open a arrow function. Inside this, open a div, key will be index. Give it a class name, absolute, left 1/2, top it will be 1/2, minus translate x-axis will be 1/2, and minus translate y-axis it will be 1/2. Now open a $sign, open curly braces, index is equal to 0, question mark, orbit, or orbit delay. open a dollar sign, index into 5. Outside this, width will be 8 pixels, 80 pixels. Copy this. Now paste it over here for extra small devices. For small devices, give it a height 80 pixels. Now change, for extra small it will be 100 pixel. For small devices it will be 150 pixels. Now copy this height, paste for extra small, for small, change, for extra small it will be 100, and for small devices it will be 150 pixels. Now close this div. Inside this div, add an image tag. Source will be image source, alt orbital, alt orbiting images, dollar sign, index +1. Outside this, give it a class name. Width will be full, height will be full, rounded full, border amber, 500, opacity will be 30, shadow large, border amber 900, opacity will be 20, padding 1, object cover. Then if you can see that, now go to index.css. Inside this, make a orbit cs. Now add animation, orbit 20 seconds, linear, infinite. Make a new orbital delay 5. Inside this, add animation, orbit 20 second, linear, infinite. Copy this, paste 2 times. Change this, -5 seconds. Inside this, delay 10. Then in this, delay will be 15. After infinite, it will be -15, and in delay 10, it will be -10 seconds. Now make a keyframes orbit. Inside this, give 0%, open curly braces, transform rotate 0 degree. From x-axis, translate 150 pixels, rotate 0 degree. Copy this, paste in another line, 100%, transform will be 360 degree, then rotate will be -360. Now as you can see, the rotate animation is working smooth. Now add a new section, video model. In this, open a curly braces, show video, and inside this, add a new div, give it a class name, fixed, set 0, flex item center, justify center, Z axis will be 50, BG black, opacity will be 90, background blur large, padding will be 4. Inside this div, open a button tag, on click, open a curly braces, open a arrow function, set show video will be false. Give it a class name, absolute, top will be 6, from right it will be 6. Text ember 400, hover text ember 300. Text 3XL, give it a Z axis will be 10. Transition all. Inside this, add a new icon F8 times. Outside this button, open a new div, give it a class name, width will be full, max width 4XL, MX auto. Inside this, add a video tag, controls, autoplay, class name will be with auto full, aspect video, object contain rounded LG, shadow will be 2XL. Inside this, Open a source tag. So src will be video, type video forwarded slash mp4. Close this tag. As you can see, on clicking this, the video pop-up is working well. Now close this tag. As you can see, it is fully responsive for each size of screens. Now let's make this login pop-up. Go to login.jsx, delete this div, make a new div, give it a class name, space from y-axis will be 6, relative, open a new div, give it a class name, fixed, from top it will be 4, from right it will be 4, z-axis will be 50, transition all, duration will be 300. Above this, make a const, show toast, comma, set show toast. Now is equal to use state will be false. Now inside class name, add a $sign. Inside this, show toast, question mark, translate from y-axis will be 0, opacity will be 100, or minus translate y-axis 20, opacity will be 0. Inside this, open new div, give it a class name, pg green 600, text will be white, padding from x-axis will 4, from y it will be 3, rounded md, shadow will large, flex item center, gap will be 2, text small. Inside this, add a new icon, fa, check circle, give it a class name, flex shrink 0. Close this icon, make a new span tag and give it a name, login successful. Now once you go, there is a name food frenzy. Now let's make a form. On submit, handle submit, give it a class name, space from y-axis will be 6. Inside this, add a new div, class name will be relative. Inside this, add an icon fa user, give it a class name, icon class. Open a dummy data. Once you scroll down, as you can see, input base. Below this, add input type text, name will be username, placeholder will be user name, value will be form data dot user name. On change, handle change, class name will be dollar, input base, now let's create a new hook, const show password. Now set show password is equal to use state will be false. Now let's make new const form data, give it a comma, set form data is equal to use state. Inside this, username will be none, password will be none. Then remember we will be false. Now go to your nav bar, copy the on login success. Now paste it over here. Now copy on close, paste it over here. Now type will be show password, text, password, the name will be password, then placeholder will be password. In value form data will be dot password. Change the icon FA log. Now inside this, make a new button. Type will be button. On click, toggle, show password. Now give it a class name, absolute. From right it will be 3. From top it will be 1/2. Transform, translate, y-axis will be 1/2. Text ember 400. Now inside this, show password, give it a FAI slash. Now add a new icon, FAI. Now as you can see, there's an error. Let's resolve this error. Copy this handle submit, make a new hook. Handle submit is equal to open a new arrow function. Inside this arrow function, add e is equal to e dot prevent default. Form data dot remember me, local storage dot set item, login data, comma, json dot stringify. Inside this, form data. Then local storage dot remove item will be login data. Now below this, set show toast will be true. Set timeout, give it an arrow function. Set show toast will be false, comma 3000. After this, on login success. Let's copy handle change, make a const handle change is equal to, open a bracket, target, then open a curly braces, name, comma value, comma type, comma checked. Open a arrow function. Inside this, set form data, preview, previous, give it an arrow function, previous, comma name or type, checkbox. Now question mark, checked or value. Now go scroll down, copy this toggle, make a const, now paste it over here, is equal to, open a arrow function, set show password, previous, open a arrow function, not previous. Now scroll up, now make a use effect. Inside this, open a arrow function, give a const stored is equal to local storage dot get item. Inside this, login data. If stored set form data json dot parse stored, then scroll down. Now as you can see, the username and password box is visible now. You can hide or show password. Now let's move on to another div. Give it a class name, flex item center. In this, make a label tag. Give it a class name, flex item center. Inside this, put an input box. Give it a type check box. Now give a name, remember me. After this, checked is equal to form data dot remember me. On change, handle change, give it a class name, form checkbox, height will be 5, width will be 5, text amber 600, background color will be this, border amber 400, rounded focus will be ring amber 600. Now place a span tag. In this, type remember me. Give it a class name. From margin left will be 2, text amber 100. Give it a button, give it a class name, width full, padding from y-axis will be 3. Now make a bg gradient to right from amber 400 to amber 600. Give it a text color, font will be bold, rounded LG, flex item center, justify center, cap will be 2, hover scale 105, transition transform. Inside this, type sign in and give it an icon, FA arrow right. Now as you can see, a sign in button will add and remember will be added. After this, create a div, give it a class name, text setter. Inside this, add a link tag. Inside link tag, let's import link from React Router DOM. Let's make a new component, sign up. Now inside this, make a file, signup.jsx, type RAFCE. After this, let's go to app.jsx. Let's place a route, path /signup, element will be signup. Now go to login.jsx. In link tag, make do is equal to sign up. On click, on close. Class name will be inline flex item center gap 2 text amber 400 hover text amber 600 transition colors. Inside this, place a icon FA user plus. After this, write create new account. Let's see. As you can see, it is working now. Now login and logout functionality is working fine. Now let's see in applications. As you can see in localhost, key and value is passed successfully. Now move on to VS Code, close this. In sign up, let's make a div, give it a class name, add min height screen, flex item center, justify center, background, add background color, and padding will be 4. Let's copy this from login.jsx. Let's paste it over here. Now inside this div, let's make show toast and awesome toast. Message is equal to sign up successful. Add icon is equal to FA check circle. Let's make a new const. Awesome toast is equal to message comma icon is equal to make an arrow function. Now let's create a div, give it a class name, animate slide in, fixed bottom 6, right 6, flex item center, background gradient to bottom right, from ember 500 to ember 600. Pixel padding from x-axis will be 6, padding from y it will be 4, rounded LG, shadow will LG, border 2, border ember 300, opacity will be 20. In this, add a span tag, give it a class name, text to Excel, margin from right will be 3, text, add a color. Now inside this, add an icon, copy this text. Let's create a span tag. Inside this, with a class name, font semi bold, text color will be this. Now inside this, add message. Now let's create a div, add a class name, width will be full, max width will MD, background gradient to bottom right from this color to this color. Now padding from right will be 8, rounded XL, shadow will be large, border will be 4, border ember 700, opacity will be 30. Let's add transform, transition all, duration will be 300, hover, let's create hover, shadow to XL. Now inside this, add a h1 tag, give it a class name. Inside this, text will be 3XL, font bold, text center, background gradient to right, from ember 400 to ember 600, background clip text, text transparent, margin from bottom will be 6, hover scale 105, add transition transform. Inside this, write create account. Now let's create a form, open a form tag. Inside this, on submit is equal to handle submit. Let's give a class name, space y will be 4. Inside this, add an input tag, type will be text, name is equal to user name, placeholder will be user name, value will be form data dot username. After this, on change, handle some change. Now give it a class name. Width will be full. Padding from x-axis will be 4 and y will be 3. Rounded LG, PG, add a color, text number 100. Now placeholder number 400. Focus outline none. Focus ring 2. Focus ring number 600. Transition all. Duration will be 200. Hover scale 1.02. After this, required. Place this required after the single quote. Now let's make a const. Form data is equal to form data comma. After form data, set form data is equal to use state. Inside this, place username, then email, then password. Now make a new const. Navigate, use navigate. For toast. After this, use effect, make an arrow function. Inside this, if show toast, inside this make a const timer is equal to set timeout. Inside this make a new arrow function, set show toast will be false. Navigate, login, then put a comma 2000. After this return this, put a arrow function, clear timeout, timer, then place show toast, comma, navigate. After this make a const, copy this handle change, now paste it here, is equal to e open arrow function, set form data, triple dot form data, comma, e target dot value name. After this e target value, then open a login.jsx, copy this line, come back here, now paste it over here. Now copy this, make a new const, handle submit is equal to e open a function, e prevent default. After this console.log sign up data, comma, form data. After this set show toast will be true. Now let's copy this input, paste it over here. Now change type, it will be email. Now change the name, email, placeholder will be email, value will be form data dot email. Now open a div, give it a class name relative. Inside this put input box. Now change the type password, change the name password, then change the placeholder password as well. Now change form data dot password, add text. Now show password, question mark. Now let's see, create account pop-up is created. Now make a button, class name, absolute, inset, y-axis will be 0, right 4, flex, item center, text number will be 400, hover text number will be 600, transition all, transform, hover, scale 125. Now type will be button. Set this on click to toggle show password. Inside this, make a curly braces, show password, add an icon, FAI slash or FAI. Now let's see the I show password button functionality is added. After this, make a button, give it a class name, give it a type, submit. Class name will be widthful, padding from y-axis will be 3, background gradient to right from ember 400 to ember 600, text color will be this. Now add font bold, rounded, LG, hover, scale 105, transition transform, duration will be 300, hover shadow large. Now inside this, add sign up. After this, create a div, give it a class name, margin from top will be 6, text center, add a link tag. Now let's import link React route on DOM. In this link tag, add to/login. Class name will be group, inline flex, item will be center, text number 400, hover, text number 600, transition all, duration will be 300. Inside this, add icon, FA arrow, right, then it will be left, then add a class name, margin right, to transform minus translate from x-axis will be 2, opacity will be 0, group hover, translate from x it will be 0, group hover, opacity will be 100, transition all, duration 300. Now open a span tag, give it a class name, transform, group hover, translate from x-axis will be 2, transition all, duration will be 300. Inside this, add back to login. Now let's see if there's a back to login button added successfully. Now let's type hexa. Now give it an email. Let's set a password. The I button functionality working and the toasted successfully shown. Now let's log in. As you can see, we are successfully logged in. Now let's create a new component, special offer. Inside this, add a file, specialoffer.jsx, type RAFCE. Inside this, let's open let's first open home.js. Inside this, place this component. Now let's move into this component. add div, give it a class name, bg gradient to border from this color to this color. Now text will be white, padding from y-axis will be 16 and from x it will be 4. Font will be Poppins. Now inside this add a new div, give it a class name, max width will be 7xl, x-axis will be auto. Inside this create a new div, class name will be text center, margin from bottom will be 14, h1 tag, class name will be text 5xl, font will be bold, margin from bottom will be 4, transform, transition all, background gradient to right from member 400, text will be red 500, pg clip text, now text transparent, font will be playfair display, new span tag, create a class name text stroke gold, inside this span write special offer. Now let's see, as you can see it is successfully. Open up new paragraph, give it a class name text large, text color will be gray 300, max width will be 3xl, margin from x axis will be auto, tracking wide, leading relaxed. Inside this add a new paragraph. Let's create another section in this component, which is product card. Inside this create a new div, class name grid, grid column 1. For small devices it will be 2 and for medium it will be 3 and for large it will be 4. Let's create a gap 8. After this create a const show all, comma set show all is equal to use state false. After this create a const initial data is equal to card data. After this additional data. Now let's import card data and additional data from /assets dummy data. Let's see, the data is already placed inside dummy data, where ratings, hearts and description and prices all are mentioned over here. Now let's move into this div, create show all. After this initial data dot slice 0, 4 dot map item, index, create a arrow function. Inside this add a const cart items is equal to cart item dot find. Inside this create a new arrow function ci, and ci dot id is equal to item dot id. After this create a new const quantity will be card item dot quantity. After this 0 set initial quantity 0. After return div key will be $item.id minus $index. Let's give it a class name relative group bg will be this. Now add rounded 3xl, overflow will be hidden, shadow 2xl, transform hover minus translate y-axis 4, transition all, duration will be 500. After this hover shadow red 900, opacity will be 40, border 2, border transparent, hover border amber 500, opacity will be 20. After this before absolute, then before inset will be 0, hover before, let's make opacity will be 20. Inside this create a new div, give it a class name relative, height will be 72, overflow hidden, let's give it a image tag, source will be item.image, alternative fill item.title, give it a class name, width will be full, height will be full, object cover. Now brightness will be 90, group hover, brightness will be 110, transition all, duration 500. Let's see, it's having some error, car data is not mentioned. Let's import car data from this. Let's see if the problem resolved. Let's refresh this page. It is not resolved yet. Let's see, is it a cards data or a card data? Let's add a new reducer handling card actions like add, remove, update and quantity and items. Inside this make a new const card reducer is equal to set state action, make a new arrow function. Inside this make switch action dot type. After this make case add item, or make a const item dot quantity is equal to action dot payload. After this make a new const existing item is equal to state dot find. Inside this make a new arrow function I dot id is equal to item dot id. After this make a if statement existing item return state dot map. Inside this I make a new arrow function I dot id is equal to item dot id. Schema I quantity will be I. After this return state item comma quantity. After this, make case remove item. Inside this, return state dot filter. Inside this, I open arrow function I.id is not equal to action dot payload dot item id. After this, make a new case, update quantity. Inside this, make a new const item id comma new quantity is equal to action dot payload. Inside this, return state dot map. Make a new arrow function I dot id is equal to item id or not question mark I quantity math dot max 1 comma new quantity. After this, now default return state. After this, let's make a new section and this initialize card from local storage. In this, let's make a new const initializer is equal to make a arrow function if type of window not equal to undefined. Now open a curly braces. Inside this, make a const local card is equal to local storage dot get item. Inside this, add card. Now let's return this. Local card question mark JSON dot parse. Inside this, add local card or it will be empty brackets. Now after this, return empty brackets. Now let's make a new const card item comma dispatch is equal to use reducer. Inside this, add card reducer comma empty brackets comma initializer. Now make a new section persist card state to local storage. Let's make a use effect. Inside this, make first, then remove this. Inside this, make local storage dot set item. Inside this, add card comma JSON dot stringify. Inside this card items, now copy this, paste it over here. Now after this, make calculate cost and total items count. Let's make a new const. Cart total is equal to cart items dot refuse. Inside this, add total comma item, make a new arrow function, total plus item dot price into item dot quantity comma 0. Let's make a new const. Total items count is equal to, copy this, card item dot reduce. Inside this, add sum comma items, arrow function, then sum plus items dot quantity comma 0. Let's add a new line, format total items in power of form. Let's make a new div. Let's make a new const. Format total items is equal to num, make a arrow function. Inside this, add if condition num is less than equal to 1000, then return num divided by 1000 dot to fixed. Inside this, add 1 plus k. Then after this, return num. Now let's make a new section over here, dispatcher wrapped with callback for performance. Make a new const. Add to card is equal to use call back. Inside this, add items comma quantity, make an arrow function. Inside this, make dispatch, open brackets, type is add items comma payload will be item comma quantity. Now make a comma, add empty brackets. Now let's add a new const, remove from card is equal to use callback. Inside this, add items dot id, make an arrow function, dispatch. Inside this, type will be remove item. After this, place a comma, payload will be item id. Then after this, place a comma, add empty brackets. Let's make a new const, update quantity is equal to use callback. Inside this, add item ID, comma new quantity, then open a new arrow function. Inside this, add dispatch, type will be update item, quantity, comma payload will be item ID, comma new quantity. Add empty brackets. Now let's go here, card items, comma add to card, remove from card, update quantity. Now add card total. Now add total item count. Total items will be format total items. Inside this, add total item counts. Let's go up, add use effect hook, then add use reducer hook, then add use callback hook. Now let's make a new const, add to cart, comma update quantity. Let's copy this and paste it over here. Let's copy this as well. Copy all the. Now is equal to use card. Now as you can see, the items are added. Let's straight jump below. Make a new div. Add a class name. Absolute inset will be 0. Background gradient to bottom from transparent via transparent to black. Opacity will be 90. Now make a new div. Class name absolute bottom 4. From left it will be 4. From right it will be 4. Flex justify between item center. Background black, opacity will be 40. Now make backdrop blur SM, then padding from x-axis will be 4. From y it will be 2, rounded full. Now as you can see, the hover fix. Now add a span tag. Inside this, make a class name flex item center gap to text timber 400. Add a new icon FA star. Now give a class name. Text will be XL. Drop shadow will be 0, 2 pixels, 2 pixels. Then add a color. Open a new span tag. Add a class name font bold. Inside this, add an item dot rating. Copy this span tag. Close this div. Paste the span tag inside this div. As you can see, our rating will be appear over here. Now make a new span. Give it a class name flex item center, cap will be 2, text red 40, 400. Now inside this add a icon fa heart, class name will be text excel, animate heartbeat. Now close this, add a new span tag, class name will be font bold. Inside this add item dot hearts. As you can see, hearts will be added over here. Now go back to our code. Let's make a new div, give it a class name, padding will be 6 relative, then z angle will be 10. Inside this add a new heading, give it a class name, text to excel, font bold, margin from bottom will be 2, background gradient to right from ember 300 to ember 500, background bg clip text, next text transparent, font will be playfair display, then add italic. Inside this add item.title. As you can see, our title will be added. Now let's go back, add a new paragraph, give it a class name, text gray 300, margin from bottom will be 5, text will be small, leading relaxed, and tracking will be wide. Inside this add item.description, make a new div, give it a class name, flex item center, justify between, cap will be 4, add a new span tag, give it a class name, text to excel, font will be bold, text ember 400, flex 1. Inside this add item dot price. Let's see, price will be added successfully. As you can see, a description will be added also. Now let's go back, add a card item. Inside this add a div, give it a class name, flex item center, cap will be 3. Inside this div add a button, on click is equal to, make a arrow function, quantity is less than 1, question mark update quantity, then item dot id comma quantity -1. Or remove from card item dot id. Inside this add a new class name, width will be 8, height will be 8, rounded full, background number 900, opacity will be 40, flex item center, justify center, hover will be background number 800, opacity will be 50, transition all, duration will be 20, active scale is 95. Let's add a new icon. Let's go to React icons, search hi minus, copy this import, add this import over here. Let's refresh this, add a new span tag, give it a class name, width will be 8, text will be center, text ember 100, font size, font will be Sneasel. Inside this add quantity. Let's copy this button, paste it over here. Let's do a little bit change, remove this line, Remove this as well. Now remove minus to plus. Remove the icon to hi plus. Give it a class name, width will be 4, height will be 4, text number 100. Copy this class name, add this over minus as well. Let's inside this add a button. On click, make an arrow function, add to cart. Item dot comma name will be item dot title comma price parse float. Inside this item dot price dot replace. Inside this add a rupee sign comma empty sign comma 1. Inside this give it a class name dollar, open up parenthesis, add button base dollar, add button hover, then dollar common transition. After this, let's copy this line, make a new div, give it a class name, absolute, inset will be 0, background gradient to right, for member 50, opacity will be 20, to transparent, opacity will be 0, hover opacity will be 100, transition opacity, duration will be 300. Inside this add a icon, fa plus, class name will be text large, transition transform, give it a span tag, class name relative, z angle will be 10. Now add that. Now let's create a div, give it a class name, absolute, inset will be 0, rounded 3xl. Then pointer events will none, border will be 2, border transparent, group hover, border amber 500, opacity will be 30, transition all, duration 500. Open a new div, give it a class name, opacity will be 0, group hover, opacity will be 100. Then inside this, let's make a new component, floating particles. Add a new file, floating particle.jsx. Let's create a new animation, floating particle. Remove this line. Add a new div. Inside this, let's create a class name. Absolute inset will be 0, overflow hidden, pointer events none. After this, make a const particle is equal to array dot length count, then add count is equal to 40. It describes the number of particles. Then open a new arrow function, add top mat dot random into 100 comma Let's copy this, then left, paste it over here, 100, comma, then duration will math.random into 2 plus 2, comma, then inside the div particle.map p, comma I, in arrow function add a div key is equal to I, class name is equal to absolute, width will be 1, height will be 1, background amber 400, opacity will be 40, rounded full. Give it a style, top, add a dollar, inside parenthesis, p dot top percentage, then give it a comma, left will be dollar, curly braces, p dot left percentage, then comma animation, float, dollar, p dot duration, then duration in seconds, so add s, infinite, then inside this div add a icon, floating particles. Import the floating particle from component floating particle.jsx. Let's make a new div. Give it a class name, margin top will be 12, flex, justify center, make a new button, on click, make a arrow function, set show all, not is not show all, and class name, flex item center, gap will be 3, background gradient to right, from red 700 to red to amber 700. Text will be white, padding from x-axis will be 8 and y will be 4. Rounded to XL. Font bold, text large, uppercase, tracking wider, hover gap 4. Hover scale 105, then hover shadow will be XL, hover shadow amber 500, opacity will be 20, transition all, duration 300, group border 2, then border amber 400, opacity will be 30, relative, overflow hidden. Inside the button, make a div, give it a class name absolute, inset will be 0, background gradient to right, fill amber 500, opacity will be 20, via transparent to amber 500, opacity will be 10. Now opacity will be 0, group hover, opacity will be 100, transition opacity, duration 300. Inside this, add icon, FA fire, class name will be text XL, animated pulse. Now close this, let's see what's the error. Let's resolve this error and import this. Like this. Yeah, it's working now. As you can see, add icon will be added. You can add items and or you can remove it to the card, as you can see. Now after this, make a span tag. Inside this, show all, question mark, show less, then show more, inside this create a div, give a class name, height will be full, width will be 1, bg amber 400, opacity will be 30, absolute right 0 to top will be 0, then group over, animated border, pulse. Now let's see, as you can see show more and show less is now working. Now go to component, make a new component about home. Let's add a file about home.jsx. Let's make another file about home.css. Let's add about home in the home.jsx. As you can see, it has been added. Now let's remove this div. Add a new div. Inside this, give it a class name, main height screen, bg gradient to bottom right, from this color via this color to this one. Text will be white, padding 10 from y-axis. For small devices it will be 20. Then relative overflow hidden. Inside this, make a new div, give it a class name, about, top will be 0, left will be 0, width will full, height is full, opacity is 10, pointer events none. Inside this, make a new div, class name, absolute, top will be 1 by 4, left will be 2, 20. Now width will be 96, height will be 96, bg amber 400, opacity will be 20, rounded full, blur will be 3xl. Now mix blend will soft light. Now copy this div, paste it over here, add bottom 1 by 4, change it to 0, right 20, right will be 0, width will be 80, now height will be 80, bg will be orange 600, opacity will be 15, as you can see. Now let's make a new div, give it a class name, container, mx auto, padding will be 4 from x-axis, for small it will 6, for large it will 8, flex column, flex large, flex row, item center, large gap will be 8, for XL gap will be 16, relative. Then open a new div, give it a class name, width will full, order will 1, large devices order will 2, space between y-axis is 8, for small it will 12, relative. Inside this, open a new div, give it a class name, text 3xl space from y-axis will be 4, for small devices it will 8, padding for x-axis will 4, for small it will 0. Open a h2 tag, give it a class name, text 3xl, small devices text will 4xl, for mid it will 5xl, for extra large it will 6xl, font bold, leading type. After this, open a span tag, give it a class name, font cursive, add a text 4xl, for small devices text will be 5xl, MD for medium devices text will be 6xl, for background gradient it will from amber 400 to orange 500. BG clip text, text transparent. After this, inside this, make a name. After this, open a BR tag and open a span tag, give it a class name inline block. Margin from top will be 2, for small devices margin top 4, text will be 2xl, for small devices text will be 3xl, for mid text will be 4xl, opacity will be 90, then font light. Inside this, write where flavor dance and amp will be memories bloom. As you can see, it is added over here. Now let's make a paragraph, give it a class name, text base. For small devices text will be large, for medium text will be extra large, opacity will be 90, leading relaxed, max width will be 3xl, font sans serif, italic, border from left will 4, background number 500 opacity will be 60, padding from left will 4, for small devices it will 6, padding from y-axis will 2, background gradient to right from white, opacity will 5, to transparent. Inside this add a paragraph line. As you can see, it is added over here. Now let's move down, open a div, give it a class name, create column 1. For small devices, column will be 2, gap 4, for small devices gap will 8, padding from x 4, for small padding from x will be 0. Let's import about future form from dummy data. As you can see, it is present over here. Let's add about feature.map item comma I, open a arrow function. Inside this add a div, key will be I, class name will flex column, item center justify center, cap will be 3, for small devices cap will be 4, transition transform, duration will be 300, padding 4 sm, padding for small devices padding will be 5. then hover, translate from X to, open a div, give it a class name. Inside this, padding will be 3, for small devices padding will be 4, rounded full, background gradient to bottom right. After this, add a $sign. Inside this, item.color. After this, transition transform, duration will be 300, group hover, scale 110. Inside this, add item.icon, give it a class name, text to XL, for small devices text will be 3XL, text white. Let's copy this and paste it inside this div. Remove this div. Add a new div. Give a class name text center. Inside this h3 tag. Give it a class name text XL. For small devices text will be 2XL. Font bold. Font cursive. Inside this, add item.title. After this, open a paragraph tag, give it a class name, opacity 80. Text will be small. For small devices, text will base. Inside this, I add item.text. As you can see, the icons and text is added. Now go to below, add a div, give it a class name, flex wrap, gap will be 4, item center, margin from top is 6, for small devices margin top is 8, padding from x axis will be 4, for small devices padding x will 0. Inside this, add a link to about. Now add a class name, padding will 4, for small devices padding from x axis will be 6, padding from y axis will be 2, for small padding from y 3, bg gradient to right from amber 500 to orange 600, rounded XL, font bold, bg gradient to right, over, scale 1.02. After this, add transition transform, duration will be 300, flex, item center, gap will be 2, for small devices gap is 3, shadow, XL, hover, shadow amber 500, opacity will be 20, group, relative. After this, overflow hidden. Let's close this link tag, open a span tag in between them, class name absolute, inset 0, bg gradient to right, from amber 600, opacity will be 30, to transparent, opacity will 0, group hover, opacity 100, transition opacity, duration will be 300. After this, add an icon, FA info circle, name a class, text will be large, small devices text will be XL, animate pulse. Inside this, open a span tag, give it a class name, font cursive, text large. For small devices, text will be XL. Inside this, write uneven our legacy. import link from React Router DOM. As you can see, the button is added over here. Let's make a new div. Add a class name. Width will be full. Order 2. For large devices, order will be 1. For mid devices, max width will be MD. For large devices, max width will none. For large devices, width will 7 by 12. For medium, for margin top will be 12. For margin bottom, it will 10. For large devices, margin bottom is 0. Relative group transform hover scale 1.01. Close this bracket. Transition all duration will 500. Inside this, add a div. Give it a class name relative rounded for REM. Close this. Now overflow hidden border 4. Border amber 900. Opacity will be 30. Hover border amber 600. Opacity 40. Transition duration will 500. Shadow 2XL. Shadow black. Opacity will 50. Inside this, add div. Give it a class name. Absolute inset 0. Background gradient 2. Bottom right. From member 400. Opacity will be 15. Via transparent to ember 600. Opacity will 10. Mix blend light. Now inside this, add a image tag. Source will be about home, about image. Alt will be restaurant. Class name will be with full. Height auto. Object cover. Aspect will be 3 by 4. Transform rotate -1. Hover rotate 0. Transition all duration will 500. Copy this about image. Let's import about image from assets. Now scroll down. After this, add a new div. Give it a class name absolute minus bottom 12 left 1 by 2 minus translate x 1 by 2. Width will be 4 by 5. Height 16. Background number 900. Opacity will 30. Blur 3XL. Z-axis will be 0. Now open a new div. Give it a class name absolute minus top will 6 minus right will 6. Width will 2.24. Height 24. Background number 500. Opacity will 10. Rounded full. Blur XL. Now after this, named it . add a icon floating particle, as we have to import floating particle from the component floating particles. As you can see, our image is added over here, and in the background there is floating particles. Let's move into about home.css file. Inside this, let's import a font. Go to Google Fonts, type Dancing script, get font, click get embed code. Now click on import, copy this line, paste it over here, remove this. Now remove this as well. Now remove this 400 as well. Remove this as well. Copy this and paste it over here and remove this. Type great is equal to plus vibes. After this, make font cursive. Inside this, write font family, dancing script, comma cursive. After this, make a keyframe, float. Inside this, 0, 100%, 0%, 100%. After this, transform, translate y, 0, translate x will be 0. Copy this line. Now add 25%, paste it over here. Now add 50%, paste this line here as well. Now 75%, paste this line here as well. Now let's change translate to -20 and 25%. Translate x will be 10. In 50%, translate y 10 and translate x -10. In 75%, translate y -10 pixels and translate x -5 pixels. Now let's make another border glow. Inside this, box shadow will be 00, 25 pixel. RGBA will be 245, 158, 11, 0.3. After this, make shadow 3D. Inside this, box shadow will be 8 pixels, 25 pixels. RGBA will be 0, 0, 0, 0.3. -4 pixels, 15 pixel. RGBA 255, then 255, then 255, 0.05. After this, font sans serif. Inside this, font family will be UI serif, Georgia, Cambria. Now let's import this CSS page over this React JSX page. Now let's see. As you can see, our particles are moving and animation is added. Now you can see that it is responsive as well. In tablet view, as you can see, it is responsible in each devices. Now let's move into next component, our home menu. Inside this, make a new file, our home menu.jsx. Let's make new RESTful. Add this component to your home page. Now As you can see, the page is added. Remove this div, add a new div, give it a class name, pg gradient to bottom right from this color via this color to this one. Min height screen, then padding from y-axis will be 16, padding from x will be 4. For small devices, padding x is 6. For large, padding axis will be 8. Inside this, make a new div, give it a class name, max width will 7 XL, margin from x-axis will be auto. Inside this, create a h2 tag, give it a class name, text 4 XL. For small devices, text will be 5 XL. For medium, it will be 6 XL. Font bold, text center, margin from bottom 12, bg clip text, text transparent. Now bg gradient to right from ember 200 via ember 300. Now add a span tag, give it a class name, font dancing script block text 5 XL. For medium devices, text will be 7 XL. For small devices, text will be 6 XL. Margin bottom is inside this, write our exquisite menu. Let's open a new span tag. Inside this, give it a class name, block text XL. For small devices, text will be 2 XL. For medium, text will be 3 XL. Font Cinzel, margin from top will 4, text ember 100, opacity will be 80. Now inside this, write a symphony of flavors. Now open a new div, give it a class name, flex wrap, justify center, gap will be 4, margin from bottom 16. Now let's make a const. Inside this, add card item, comma, add to card, comma, remove from card is equal to use card. Now let's add a const, type categories, different type of categories like lunch, dinner, Mexican, Italian, dessert, drinks, etc. Now let's move inside this div, categories dot map cat, open an arrow function. Inside this, add a button, key will be cat, on click, make an arrow function, const active category. Now copy this, comma, set, paste it over here, active category. Now is equal to use state categories. Inside this, make it 0. Now inside this arrow function, set active category will be cat. Inside this, make a class name, padding from x-axis will be 4. For small devices, it will be 6, and padding from y-axis will be 2. Rounded full border to transition all, duration will be 300. Transform font will be Sneasel, text small. For small devices, text will be large. Tracking widest. Now backdrop blur SM. Now open a dollar sign, open curly braces, active category is equal to cat, question mark, background amber, background gradient to right from amber 900, opacity will be 80, to amber 700, opacity will be 80, border amber 800, scale 105, shadow will excel, shadow line 900, shadow amber 900, opacity will be 30. Now after this, PG amber 900, opacity will 20, border amber 800, opacity will 30, text amber 100, opacity will 80. Now hover background amber 800, opacity will 40, hover scale 95. Now inside this add cat. Now as you can see, all menus are added successfully. Now open a new div, give it a class name grid column 1, cap will be 8, for small devices column will be 2, for medium grid column will be 3, for large grid column will be 3, for extra large column will be 4. Make a const display items is equal to dummy data, dummy menu data. Then inside this add a bracket active category or add a empty brackets dot slice 0, 4. Copy this dummy menu data and let's import it from dummy data. As you can see, it is mentioned in dummy data. Now let's add display items dot map. Inside this item comma I, open an arrow function. Inside this const quantity is equal to get quantity. Inside it add item dot id. Copy this. Now let's make a const, paste it over here, id, open an arrow function, cart items dot find I, open an arrow function, I dot id is equal to id, question mark dot quantity. Then put a 0, then return. Inside it make a div, key will be item dot id. Then make a class name relative bgamber 900, opacity will be 20, rounded to excel, overflow hidden, border amber 800, opacity will be 30, then border blur, backdrop blur, small, flex column, transition all, duration will be 500, add a style, minus index or I. Then make a div, give it a class name, relative, height will be 48, for small devices height will be 556, for medium height will be 60, flex, item center, justify center, bg black, opacity will be 10. Now add a image tag, source will be item.image, alt will be item.name, As you can see, images are successfully added. Now add a class name, max height full, max width will be full, object contain transition all, duration will be 700. Now as you can see, all images are perfectly fit into the box. Now open a new div, give it a class name, padding will be 4, for small devices padding is 6, flex column, flex glow. Now inside it add a div, give it a class name, absolute, top will be 0, from left it's 1 by 2, minus transition, translate x 1 by 2, width will be 16, height will be 1, background gradient to right, from transition, from transparent via amber, 800, opacity will be 50, to transparent, opacity will be 50, transition all, duration will be 300, inside it add a h3 tag, open a class name text xl, for small devices text will be 2xl, for margin bottom is 2, font dancing script text amber 100, transition colors, inside it add item dot name, after this add a paragraph tag, give it a class name text amber 100, opacity will be 80, text extra small, for small devices text will be small, bottom margin will be 4, font sneasel, leading relaxed, inside it item dot description. As you can see, the name and description is added over here. Now let's make a new div, add a class name, margin top auto, flex item center, gap will be 4, justify between, inside it add a div, class name bg amber 100, opacity will 10, backdrop blur sm, padding from x-axis will be 3, for y it will be 1. Now rounded 2xl, shadow will be large, inside it add a span tag, give it a class name text 2xl, text xl, font will be bold, text amber 300, font dancing script, inside it add item dot price, add a dollar sign as well. As you can see, prices are visible in each component in each card. Now let's make a new div, give it a class name flex item center, gap will be 2, inside it add quantity less than 0, question mark. Now inside it make a button, give it a class name, width will be 8, height will be 8, rounded full, PG amber 900, opacity will 40, flex item center, justify center, hover will background amber 800, opacity will 50, transition colors, inside did on click, make a arrow function, quantity is less than 1, question mark, add to cart, item dot quantity, item comma quantity -1, after it remove from cart item dot id, inside it add a icon fa minus, give it a class name text amber 100. Now add a span tag, create a class name, width will be 8, text center, text number 100. Now inside it add quantity. Now copy this button, paste it over here. Now remove this line. Inside it make a arrow function, add to cart, item, comma, quantity, plus. Now add an icon, close this button. Inside it quantity will be +1. Inside it add a fa plus icon, give it a class name, text number 100. After this open brackets, add button, give it a class name, bgEmber 900, opacity will be 40, padding from x-axis will be 4, padding from y it will be 1 by 1.5, rounded full, font sneasel, text extra small, uppercase. For small devices text will be small, tracking wider, transition transform, duration be 300, hover, scale 110, then hover, shadow will be large. Now hover, shadow will be Ember 900, opacity will 20, relative overflow hidden. Now border Ember 800, opacity will 50. Now pin a span tag, give it a class name, relative, z angle will be 10, text extra small, text will be black. Now inside it add to cart. Now let's make a new div here. Open a class name, make flex, justify center, margin from top will be 16. Inside this place a link tag, to menu, let's import a link from React Route.dom. Give it a class name, bgEmber 900, opacity will be 30, border 2, border ember 800, opacity 30, text ember 100, padding from x axis will be 8, for small devices padding x is 10, padding y is 3, rounded full, font sneasel, uppercase, then tracking white set, transition all, duration will be 300. Hover bgEmber for 800, opacity will be 40. Hover text ember 50. Hover scale 105. Hover shadow large. Hover shadow ember 900, opacity will be 20. Backdrop blur SM. Now inside it write explore full menu. As you can see it is added, add to cart button is added over here. Now let's move on. In this button add a functionality on click, open a arrow function, inside it add to cart item comma I, item comma 1. Now as you can see you can add to cart any item, it will increase in your cart as well. Let's close this. In our home menu section, add a new CSS file. Now let's import our Google fonts in this CSS file. Copy this, now paste it over here. Let's move back. Let's search for Sneasel. Now copy, get the font, import, copy this import URL. Now remove this and paste it over here. Font dancing script, inside it add font family, dancing script, comma cursive, dot font Sneasel. Now inside it add font family Sneasel, comma sans serif. Add a keyframe called entrance. Inside it add a 0%. Inside 0% opacity will be 0. Transform translate y-axis will be 30 pixel. Scale 0.95. Make 100%. Inside it opacity will be 1. Transform translate y 0. Scale will be 1. Now let's see. After this, make a WebKit scroll bar. Inside it, right width will be 8 pixels. Background, give it a hash code. After this, make a new WebKit scroll bar thumb. Inside it, add background. Write this hash code. Now border radius is 4 pixels. Now let's import this CSS file over here. Now as you can see, the text font is been changed in every sections. Now coming back to our code, let's make a new component footer. Inside it, add a footer.jsx file. Now type RESTful inside it. Now let's go to home.jsx and add the footer over here. Now in about page, add footer as well. Let's add footer in all the pages. Now close unnecessary pages. Remove this div. Add a footer tag. Now inside it, give it a class name bg hash code. Then text number 100. Padding from y-axis will be 12. Padding from x-axis will be 4. For small devices, padding from x will be 6. For large, padding x 8. Relative overflow hidden. Inside it, add a div class name max width 7xl max. Margin from x-axis will be auto. Relative and z angle will be 10. Inside it, add a new div class name grid columns 1. For small the column will be 2. For medium devices, it will be 3. Gap will be 8. Margin from bottom will 12. Add a new section, left column. Inside it, add a div. Class name will be space y6. Inside it, add a h2 tag. Give it a class name, text 4xl. For small devices, it will be text 5xl. Medium devices 5xl. Then font bold, font Scaramento. Then text number 400. Animate pulse. Inside it, write 40 frenzy. Now let's check. It has been added successfully over here, as you can see. Now let's make a paragraph tag, add a class name, text chamber 200, opacity will be 90, text small, font Scaramento, then italic. Inside it, write a paragraph. Add a br tag, then write it as well. Now let's make a form tag. On submit is equal to handle submit. Class name is relative. Margin from top will 8. Group, then inside it add a div. Class name flex. Item center, cap will be 2. Margin from bottom 2. Then add a icon. FA reg envelope. Inside it, add a class name, text ember 400, animate pulse. Now close it. Now let's import this icon. Search in React icons. Let's copy this import. Now paste it over here. Let's go, and it is not imported successfully. Let's see what's the error. Handle submit is not defined, so let's define handle submit. Make const email comma set email is equal to use state. After this, make a const handle submit is equal to e, open a arrow function, place this e inside brackets. Now let's go to banner.jsx, place e here as well. Now inside it, pay e point prevent default. After this, alert thanks for subscribing, will send updates. Now add a backticks. After this, a $, inside it place email. Set email is empty, as you can see, and email envelope icon is added over here. Now let's make a span tag. Class name will be font bold, text ember 400. Inside it, add get exclusive offer. After this, make a div, give it a class name, relative. Inside it, add a input tag. Type will be email. Placeholder will be email. Enter your email. Now value will be email. On change, inside it, e open a arrow function, set email e.target.value. Then after this, give it a class name, width will be full, padding from x-axis will be 4, padding from y it will be 2.5, rounded LG, BG ember 50, opacity will be 5, border 2, border ember 400, opacity will be 30, focus outline none. Now focus within, focus border ember 400, focus ring 4, focus ring ember 400 divided, opacity will be 20, transition all, duration 300, placeholder will be ember 200, opacity will be 50, padding from right will be 24. Inside it, add a new button, type will be submit, class name absolute ring 1, right 1, top will be 1, bg gradient to bottom right from ember 300, via ember, via orange 500 to ember 600, text white, padding from x-axis will be 4, padding from y will be 2, rounded full, flex site up center, gap will be 1.5, shadow large, overshadow ember 400, opacity will be 30, overflow hidden, transition all, duration will be 500. Now let's open a span tag, class name, font bold, now text will be small, tracking wide, transition transform, duration will be 300, group hover, minus translate x-axis will be 1, after this write join now. As you can see, a join now button is added over here. Now add a icon, give it a class name, text excel, transition transform, duration will be 300, group hover, animate spin, flex shrink 0, close this icon tag. Now let's copy this import from React icons, copy this import line, let's paste it over here. Now as you can see, icon is added and animated successfully. Now inside it, give it a span tag, class name will be absolute, insert 0, translate from x-axis will be full, bg gradient to right, from transparent via ember 50, opacity will be 30, to transparent, group hover, translate x-axis will be full, transition transform, duration will be 700. Now as you can see, the over effects. Now let's add a new section, middle column, in which add a new div, give it a class name, flex justify center, inside it add a div, class name, space from y-axis will be 4, add a new h3 tag, class name will be text excel, font semi bold, margin from bottom will be 4, border from large 4, border ember 400, padding from left will be 3, from Meriwether italic text ember 300. Inside it, write navigation. After this, make a unordered list tag, give it a class name. Let's copy the code From here, copy this. Now paste it over here. Copy nav items. Now paste nav item dot map item. Open arrow function. Now let's inside it make list. Give it a key is equal to item dot name. After it, add a anchor tag. href is equal to item dot link. Class name will be flex item center. Hover text number 400. Transition all. Group font Dora. Now hover, padding from left will be 2. Add a icon, give it a class name, margin from right will 2, text number 400, group hover, animate, bounce. After this, add a span tag, give it a class name, hover, italic, item dot name. Inside it add. Now let's move this up. Let's see, it is added over here. You can see the list of home menu and about is added and everything is working well. Now add a new section, right column, make a div, give it a class name, flex justify center. For median devices, justify end. Inside it, add a div, class name will be space, for y will be 4. Inside it, add a h3 tag, class name will be text excel, font semi-bold, margin from bottom will 4, border for left will be 4. Now border ember 400, padding from left will 3, font merry weather. After it, italic ember 300. Inside it, write social connect. After this, I make a div, give it a class name, flex space from x-axis will be 4. Inside it, write social icons dot map. Import social icon from assets dot dummy data. As you can see here in dummy data, it is present over here the data of social icons. Now let's scroll down. In this, write icon colon icon, put a comma, link comma, color comma, label. After this, comma idx, open an arrow function. Inside it, write an anchor tag. In href, place link. Now key will be idx. Now open this. First, write target is equal to blank. Write a class name, text to excel, pg ember 400, opacity will be 10, padding 3, rounded full, over pg ember 400, opacity will be 20, over scale 110, transition all, duration will be 300, relative group. Now after this, write a style, color. Now let's see. As you can see, all icons, all background will be placed over here. Let's put an icon in this. Write class name, hover, scale 125, transition transform. Inside it, write a span tag. Give it a class name, absolute minus bottom 8, left 1 by 2 minus translate x 1 by 2 bg ember 400. Text will be black, padding from x-axis will be 2, from y it will be 1. Now rounded, then text extra small, font will be bold, opacity 0. Now right group hover, opacity 100, transition opacity. Now inside it place label. As you can see, all icons been added and a label below them. Now write a new section over here, bottom section. Place a div, give it a class name, border top, border ember 800, padding from top 8, margin top 8, text center. Now inside it give it a paragraph tag, class name will be text ember 400, text lg, margin bottom 2, font play fair. Inside it write and copy colon, write 2025 foodie frenzy, all right reserved. Now as you can see, the bottom will be placed over here. Now place a div, give a class name, group, inline block, inside it anchor tag. Now let's search for our website. Let's copy this link. Now place the href link over here. Write target is equal to blank. The class name will be text lg, font Scramento, pg gradient to right, pg ember 400, via line, via ember 500. Now write to ember 400, pg clip text transparent, over text purple 300, transition all, duration will be 500. Now write designed by Hexagon Digital Services. As you can see, on clicking this, we'll redirect to our site. Now, as you can see, it is fully responsive for all type of devices. Let's expand. It is being responsive for each devices. Now let's make a new component in components. Open a new folder, our menu. Inside it, make a file our menu.jsx. Now write RESTful. Let's add this to menu.jsx. Write our menu. Then as you can see, our menu is being added over here. Let's make our menu. Let's copy this return and paste the return over here. Now copy this as well. Placed it above return. Copy all imports. Now replace this with copied imports. Now change this with our menu.css. Now change this as well to dummy data. As you can see, the dummy data has been present over here. Let's close this. Remove this link. Now in slice give it 12. Now once you see there's been error, category is not defined, let's define the category. Copy this, paste it above this. Now as you can reload, there's another link is not being defined. Let's remove this link from here. After this, once you see everything is working fine, in menu page there's different sections of dishes. You can add them into the cart. Now let's remove this CSS. Now remove this scale. In replace with rotate -2 degree. Do it same with this. Rotate 0. Then write .grid is greater than div. Inside this, animate will be card entrance. Duration will be 0.6 seconds. Ease out, forward. Then opacity will be 0. And animation delay. Calculation var --index into 0.1 second. Now remove this color to linear gradient 45 degree. Add this color code. Now comma, add this color code. Now make line clamp 2. Inside it make display minus webkit box minus webkit line clamp will 2 minus webkit box orient vertical. Overflow will be hidden. Now copy this and paste it in this CSS file. Now make a new component about. Make a file about.jsx, type REFCE. Now add this in about page. Now as you can see, menu page has been made and fully functional. As you can see, about page component is added. Now remove this div, make a div, give it a class name, min height screen, bg gradient to bottom right, from, give it a hash code via hash code to this hash code. Now text number will be 50, overflow hidden relative. Inside it, make a new div. Give it a class name absolute inset 0, opacity will 10, mix blend soft light. Inside it, now let's check first. Go to GitHub, type Foodie Frenzy, then go to Frontend source components in about.jsx. Let's go to framer motion and copy this npm command. Let's first import this dependency. Now as you can see, framer motion is successfully imported. Motion section, add a new import motion from framer motion. Inside it, write initial is equal to opacity will 0, comma y 50, animate is equal to opacity will be 1, comma y 0. Now inside it, make a class name. Padding from y-axis will be 16, from x will be 4, text center relative. Add a div, class name max width 4xl, mx auto. Inside it, add a motion h1 tag, give it a class name text 5xl. For small devices, text will be 6xl, for mid, text will be 7xl. Font bold, margin from bottom 4, font sans serif, bg clip text, text transparent, bg gradient to right from amber 500 to yellow 600, right culinary express. Now as you can see, write a motion dot paragraph tag. Inside paragraph tag, give it a paragraph. Now inside paragraph tag, initial is equal to opacity will 0, animate opacity 1. Now make a new section over here, give it a class name, padding from y 12, padding from x 4, for medium padding x 8, relative. Inside it, make a div, class name, margin from max width will 7xl, margin x-axis auto, grid column 1. Small devices will be grid column 2, for mid column will be 3, gap 8, mid devices will be gap 12. Now import features from assets and dummy data. Now as you can see, features data is added in this. Now copy states, comma state, copy team members. Now after this, make a const hovered stat, comma set hover stat is equal to use state null. Now inside this div, add features dot map f, comma I, open an arrow function. Inside it, add const icon is equal to f.icon return motion.div. Inside it, give it a key f.id initial will opacity 0 comma y 30, while in view is equal to opacity 1 comma y 0. After this, viewport is equal to once true comma margin will be 0 pixel comma 0 pixel minus 100 pixel 0 pixel. Now transition is equal to delay I into 0.2. Class name will be relative group. Inside it, make a div, make a single div and close it. Give it a class name absolute minus inset is 1 pg gradient to bottom right from ember 600 opacity will be 30 to ember 500 opacity will be 30. Now round it. Excel blur LG opacity will be 50, group hover opacity 80, transition opacity duration will be 500. Now as you can see, open a new div, give it a class name relative bg, add this hash code, opacity will 90, backdrop blur LG, rounded 3xl, overflow hidden, border ember 600, opacity will 30, hover border ember 500, transition all, duration will be 300, height full. Inside it, make a new div, add a class name relative, height 64, overflow hidden. Inside it, make a motion.image tag, make it single tag, close it. Now source is equal to f.image. Now alternative will be f.title, class name width full, height full, object cover, initial is equal to scale 1, while hover scale will be 1.05, transition duration will be 0.4. Now once you see the image has been added, now make a div, give it a class name absolute, insert 0 bg gradient to top from, give it a hash code via transparent to transparent. Now as you can see, hover has been added. Now make a div, inside it make class name padding 8, inside it add a motion div, give it a class name text ember 500, margin from bottom 4, inline block, while hover rotate to 15 degree. Now add an icon, give it a class name, width will be 12, height 12, text number 500. After this, add a new h3 tag, class name will 2xl, text 2xl, font bold, margin from bottom to text number 100. Inside it, add f.title. Now add a new paragraph, class name will text ember 100, opacity 80. Inside it, make f.text. As you can see, icons and title and text paragraph is being added. Let's make a new section, give it a class name, padding 16, padding from y16, padding from x4, for medium devices padding x8, pg gradient to bottom right, from this hash code to this hash code, opacity will 90, make a new div, give it a class name, max width will be 7xl, max margin x auto, grid column 1, for small devices it will 2, for medium it will 4, cap will 8. Inside it, set state map s, I, open a arrow function. Inside it, const icon is equal to s dot icon. Now return this motion.div key s label initial is equal to opacity will be 0, y50. Now while in view is equal to opacity 1, y0. Transition will delay by I into 0.2, type is string. Now after this, class name relative group, height will be 48. Now after this, on hover start, make a add arrow function, set hover stat. Inside it, I on hover end, open arrow function, set hover stat null. Now animate is equal to scale hovered stat is equal to I question mark 1.05 colon 1 comma. Now z index colon hover stat is equal to I question mark 10 colon 1. Now after this, close the curly braces. Now make a new motion div, class name will absolute, insert 0. After there, animate y will be 0, -15, 0, transition colon duration colon 4, repeat colon infinite, ease will be ease in out, delay I into 0.3. Now add a div, class name relative, height will be full, pg, give this hash code, opacity will be 40, backdrop blur lg, rounded xxl, border 2, border ember 600, opacity 30. Now paragraph padding 6, overflow hidden, transition all, duration will be 300. Inside this div, let's see, it's been added over here and animation is been happening. Now let's make a new motion div, Give it a class name, absolute isolate, inset will be 0, rounded XL. Now let's copy this code from here, then paste it over here. Now remove this motion div tag, add a new single div tag, give it a class name, absolute inset 0, rounded XL, shadow LG, shadow ember 900, opacity 20. Inside it, make a div, give it a class name, relative, Z angle will be 10, height full, flex column, item center, justify center. Now after this, make a motion div, class name will be margin bottom 4, padding will be 3, rounded full, PG ember 900, opacity will be 30, bordered, now border ember 700, opacity 30, while hover is equal to scale 1.1, comma, rotate, colon 10. Now add an icon, class name will be width 8, height 8, text ember 500, opacity 90. As you can see, icons were added and animation is been happening over here. Now let's move into code. Next step will be class name, text 4XL, font bold, margin from bottom 1, PG clip text, background gradient to right, from ember 200 to ember 400, text transparent. Inside it, make s.number. After this, motion.div, give it a class name, text small, uppercase, tracking white set, font medium, text ember 100, opacity 80, animate letter spacing, hovered sat is equal to I question mark 1.15 0.15 em colon 0.1 em. Now text shadow will be hover stat is equal to I question mark 008 pixels. Give it a RGBA code, none. Then after this s.label, as you can see, label and percentage were added over here. Now make a motion div, give it a class name, absolute, inset from x4, bottom 0, height will be 8, PG ember 900, opacity 30, to blur XL, rounded XL. Now animate is equal to opacity, hovered stat is equal to I question mark 0.4 colon 0.2 comma scale colon hovered stat is equal to I question mark 0.9 colon 0.8. Now copy this motion div, remove it from the div above, now paste it below it. Place the motion div closing tag in its perfect location. Now let's make a new motion.div class name. It will be absolute insert 0 bg ember 900, opacity will be 10, rounded xl. Now after this, initial is equal to opacity colon 0. Now animate is equal to right opacity colon hover stat is equal to I question mark 1 colon 0. Now as you can see, everything working fine. Now let's go and make a new section over here. Give it a class name. Padding from y-axis will be 16. Padding from x will be 4. For medium devices, padding x 8 and relative. After this, make a new div with a class name max width 7xl mx auto. After this, open a motion.h2 tag. Then initial is equal to opacity colon 0. Now y colon 20. Now in while in view is equal to opacity colon 1 comma y0. After this, open a class name, write text 4xl font sans serif. For small devices, text will be 5xl. For medium, text will be 6xl. Font bold, text center, margin bottom will be 12. Text number 100. Inside this, write meet hour. Give it a span tag. Class name will be text number 500. Then, as you can see, it is being placed over here. Now let's make a div, give a class name, grid calls 1. For small devices, column will be 2. For medium, columns will be 3. Gap is 8. For large devices, gap is 12. Now after this, open our curly braces, team members dot map m comma I. Open a arrow function, inside it add a motion div, key will be I. Now let's scroll up and copy this line, paste it over here. Now let's change transition delay m dot delay. Class name will be relative group. Now open a div, give it a class name, relative height will be full, bg, give it a hash code, opacity will be 90, backdrop blur lg, rounded 3xl, overflow hidden, border will be 2, border amber 600, opacity will be 30, hover border amber 500, transition all, duration 500, shadow hover shadow 2xl. After this, hover shadow amber 500, opacity will be 20. Now let's see, the lines were added over here. Now let's go make a div, open a class name, relative height will be 64. For small devices it will be 72. For medium it will be 96. Then overflow hidden, inside it make a motion image tag. Now let's close this tag. Source will be m.image, alternative will be m.name. class name width full, height will be full, object cover, initial is equal to scale 1. Now while hover scale colon 1.1, transition is equal to duration colon 0.5. Now as you can see, animation and images are added over here. Now open a div, give it a class name, padding will be 8, in which text center, flex column, height will be cal 100% dash 20 rem. Now open a new div, give it margin bottom font. Now inside it make a h3 tag, give it a class name, text 3xl font bold, margin bottom 2, text number 100. Inside it make m.name. Now paragraph will be class name is equal to text number 500, text lg, font medium, font cursive. Now inside it write m.role. Now as you can see, role is added successfully here. Now after it make a paragraph tag, open class name, text number 100, opacity will be 80, text lg, font cursive, flex grow. Now inside it make m.bio. Now place a motion div. Inside it add a class name flex, justify center, gap 4, padding from top will be 6. After it initial scale colon 0, while in view is equal to scale colon 1. Now once we copy this code from here, paste this object code here. Now copy this import as well, paste this import here. Let's make a new component which is card page. Inside it make card page .jsx, type RAFCE. Now let's first close this one, close this about JSX as well. Now let's see our site is responsive or not. It's responsive for mobile devices, for in tablet view you can see it is responsive, in laptop view, in mobile, everything's working perfectly fine. Now let's move and inside card page add a card page component over here. Now let's move to card. Let's first import card page from components, card page. Now let's see a card page is been added. Now let's go to card page.jsx, remove this div, give it a class name, main height is screen, overflow x hidden, from y padding will be 16, from x padding will be 4, small devices padding will be x 6, for large 8 for x axis, background will be from bottom to right, from this hash code via this hash code to this hash code. Now inside it make a new div, give it a class name, max width 7xl, mx auto. Inside it add a h1 tag, get a class name text 4xl. For small devices, text will be 5xl. For medium, text will be 6xl. Font bold, text center, margin bottom 12, animate, fade in, down. Now inside it, add a span tag, give a class name, font, dancing script, block text 5xl. For small devices, text will be 6xl. For mid, text 7xl. Margin bottom will be 2. PG gradient to right from Ember 100 to Ember 400. PG clip text. Text transparent. Inside it, write your card. Once you see it has been added. Now let's make a const over here. Card dot card items comma remove card. Now copy this, remove this, now paste it over here. Now copy this as well, paste it over here, copy update quantity as well, paste it here, card total here, then now it's looking fine. Let's make is equal to use card. Now const selected images comma set selected images is equal to use state null. Now after h1 tag, write card items dot length is equal to 0 question mark, open up brackets, give it a div, class name, text center, animate fade in. Now inside it, make a paragraph tag, give it a class name, text ember 100, opacity will be 80, text lg, margin from bottom 4, write your card is empty. After this para, open a link tag, write 2 is equal to slash menu, make a class name bgember 900, opacity will be 40, padding from x-axis will be 6. Now import link dot from react router DOM. Inside this, let's padding from y-axis will be 2, rounded full, font sneasel, text small, uppercase. Now inside it, write hover bgember 800, opacity will be 50, transition also and duration 300 as well, text ember 100, inline flex. Now item center, gap will be 2, hover, gap will be 3, then write browser all items. Oh, let's see what's the error. Write colon over here, then make a div, give class name grid column 1. For small devices, grid column will be 2. For mid, grid will be 3. For large, it will be 4. Gap will be 6. Now add card items dot map. Open arrow function, item write div key is equal to item.id, class name is equal to group bgember 900, opacity will be 20, padding from will be 4, rounded to XL, border 4, border dash. Now write border ember 500, backdrop blur for small devices, flex column, item center gap will be 4, transition all duration will be 300, hover back border solid. Now hover shadow XL, hover shadow lime, amber 900, then opacity will be 10, transform hover minus translate x1, animate fade in. Now open a div, give it a class name, width 24, height 24, flex shrink 0. Now cursor pointer relative overflow hidden, rounded LG, transition transform, duration will be 300. Now after this, write on click, open arrow function, set select image, open brackets, item.image. After this, write image tag, source is equal to item.image, alt is equal to item.name, class name will be with full height full, object contain. There is an error. Let's refresh it. It's working fine. As you can see, all dishes were added over here. Now let's make new functionality. Open a div, give it a class name, width will be full, text center, open h3 tag, give it a class name, text XL, font dancing script, text ember 100, item.name. Now paragraph will be class name ember 100, opacity will be 80, font sneasel, margin from top 1, after it item.price. Let's see, price will be added. As you can see, it's looking very nice. Now open a new div, give it a class name, flex, item center, gap will be 3, inside it open a button tag, on click, open arrow function, update quantity, item.id, comma, math.max, 1, comma, item dot quantity -1. Now after it, give a class name, width will be 8, height will be 8, rounded full, bgember 900, opacity will 40, flex item center, justify center, over ember 800, opacity will be 50, transition all, duration will be 200, active scale 95. Now inside it, add a fa minus icon, give class name with 8, text center, text ember 100, font sneasel, now let's go to React icons, write this icon, copy this import, paste this import over here, Now let's see, icon of minus is added. Now let's make for +1 as well. First open a class span tag, then class name will be with 8, text center, text number 100, font sneasel. Now in the -1 write with full height 4, text number 100, then write item dot quantity. As you can see, minus button has been added. Copy this button, paste it over here. Now change icon from minus to plus. Write item.id. After it, remove minus to change with plus. Remove this as well. As you can see, we can easily minus and plus items of our menu. Now it is been made. Now let's make a div, give it a class name, flex item center, justify between with full, button, on click, open an arrow function, remove from cart item.if item.id. Now open a class name, bgember 900, opacity will be 40, padding from x-axis will be 3, from y it will be 1, rounded full, font sneasel, text will be extra small, uppercase, then transition all, duration will be 300, hover, background amber 800, opacity will be 50, flex item center, gap 1, active : scale 95. Now write an icon below that, f8 trash. Give it a class name, width will be 4, height will be 4, text number 100. Inside it, open a span tag, make a class name, text number 100, write remove. As you can see, we can remove items from menu as well. Now let's open a paragraph tag, give it a class name, text small, font will be dancing script, text number 300. Now write rupee sign, then write item.price into item.quantity. Now you can see item price is being mentioned over here. While we increase the quantity, the number of price number will also change. Now open a div, give it a class name, margin top 12, padding top 8, border T, border amber 800, opacity will be 30, animate fade in up. Write a div tag, get a class name, flex column for small devices, flex now, justify between item center, gap will be 4. Now write a link tag, 2 is equal to menu, class name bgember 900, opacity 40, padding from x-axis will be 8, from y it will be 3, rounded full, font sneasel, uppercase, tracking wider. Now hover bgember 800, opacity will be 50, transition all, duration 300, text number 100, inline flex. Now write item.center, gap 2, hover gap 3, active scale will be 95. write continue shopping. Now as you can see, a button of continue shopping is being added over here, looking pretty nice. Now let's make a new div, give it a class name, flex item center, gap will be 8. Now let's open h2 tag, class name, text, re-excel, font, dancing scripts. Now write text number 100, total colon rupee, write card total. Now as you can see, a total of money is being added over here as well. Now let's copy this class name, then write a button tag, paste it over here. Now do a little changes. Now write checkout now. As you can see, checkout now button is being added. Write set image and open a curly braces, open brackets. Now write div class name fixed, insert 0, z angle will be 50, flex item center justify center, bg ember 900, opacity will be 40. Now bg opacity 50, 75, backdrop blur, padding will be 4, overflow auto. Now write on click, open a function, arrow function. Now write set select image. Now write div class name will be relative max width full, max height full. Let's open a image tag, give source is equal to selected image. Now alternative will be full view. Now class name max width 9 VW, max height 90 VH. Now rounded LG object contain. Now give it a button tag, on click, open arrow function, set selected image is null. Now after this, give it a class name, absolute top 1, right 1, bg ember 900, opacity will be 80, rounded full, padding 2, text black, hover bg ember 800, opacity will be 90, transition transform, duration 200, active scale will be 90. Inside this, place a new icon, fa times. Now give it a class name, width 6, height 6. Now let's see. It's giving an error, fa times it's not imported. Let's import it here. Now once you see, a cross button is also added in the image, so we can cross it down. Everything is working perfectly. As you can see image. Now let's make a new component, contact. Right, make a folder contact, write contact.jsx file. Now let's move to contact page. Inside this, place this component. Now remove this div, write a new div, give it a class name, main height screen, bg gradient to right, from orange 900 via amber 900 to gray 900. Animate gradient x. Now padding y will be 12. For small devices, padding y will be 16. For medium, it will be 20. Padding x will be 4. For small, it will be 6. For large devices, it will be 8. Font Poppins. Relative overflow hidden. Now after this, inside this div, place icon toaster. Now once you search React npm hot toast, copy this command, write it over your command prompt, terminal, install this. Now let's see. There is an unexpected token. Let's import toast, toaster from React hot toast. Now give it a position, top center. Reverse order will be false. Toast options, duration 4000. Now additional decorative elements. Now place a div, give it class name, absolute, top 2, top 20, left 10, width will be 24, height will be 24, bg, orange 500, opacity 20, rounded full, animate, float. Now after this, make a div, give it a class name, absolute, bottom 40, right 20, width will be 16, height will be 16, bg, green 500, opacity 20, rounded full, animate float, delayed. Now place a new div, give it a class name, max width 7xl, mx auto, relative, z angle will be 10. Inside it, make a new h1 tag, give it a class name, text 4xl. For small devices, text will be 5xl. For mid, it will be 6xl. Font bold, text center, margin bottom 8. Animate, fade in, down. Inside this, make a span tag, write a class name, bg clip text, text transparent, bg gradient to right, from amber 400 to orange 300. Now write, connect with us. After this, place a div, give it a class name, grid column 1, md grid column 2, gap will be 8. Now let's make a section, contact info section. Place a div, give it a class name, space y6. Inside this, make a new div, class name, relative, bg white, opacity will be 5, background blur, large, rounded to xl, pixel will be 6, shadow to xl, transform, transition, translate, duration will be 300, over, scale 1.02. Now animate card float. Now after this, border from left will be 4, border number 500, hover, border number 400, group. Group hover opacity will be 100, transition opacity, duration 300, rounded to XL. Now after this, make a div, give it a class name, flex item center, margin bottom will be 4, relative z angle will be 10. Inside it, make a new div, give class name, padding 3, bg gradient to bottom right, from member 500, opacity will be 30, to member 700, opacity will be 30. Now rounded XL. Now after this, place a icon fe map pin. Let's search fe map pin. Copy this import, place this import here. Now inside it, write a class name, text number 400, 2xl, text 2xl, animate pulse. Now after this, write a h3 tag, give a class name, margin left will be 4, text number 100, text lg, font semi-bold. Inside it, write our headquarters. Now write a new div, give it a class name, padding from left will be 12, relative z will be 10. Now inside it, write a paragraph tag, make a class name, text number 100, font light, text lg, write Lucknow, UP. As you can see, a box is being made. Let's write a div here. Copy this whole div and paste it over here. Right. FA phone. Now change this amber to green. Change to green this as well. Now remove this. Write to transparent. Remove this opacity. Change to green. Control Z it. Now change to green. Change it to green. Now write animate ping. Now remove this over here, write contact number, write the contact number, then space y will be 2, flex item center, place a icon fi globe, class name will be text screen 400, text xl, margin from right will be 2. Now as you can see over here, 3 boxes were added and animation is being. Now let's change in third div, change amber to orange. Now change the icon FI mail. Remove this, write email address. Now remove this Lucknow, UP, write Hexagon Digital Services. Write your own email. Now make a new section contact form. Inside this, copy this div, paste it over here. As you can see, this has been added over here. Let's remove this class and write it over here. Animate slide in right. Border will be 2. Border number 500. Opacity 30. Hover. Border number 500. Opacity 50. Transform border. Duration will be 300. Now inside it, write a new div. Make a class, then it will be absolute, minus top will be 4, minus right 4, width 12, height 12, then BG number 500, opacity 30, rounded full, animate ping slow. Now let's write a const over here. Form data, comma, set form data is equal to use state. Then inside it write name, comma, phone, comma, email, comma, address, comma, dish, comma, query. Then let's import contact form fields from dummy data. As you can see, dummy data has been already made. Make a new form tag. Write on submit is equal to handle submit. Give it a class name, space y6, relative z angle will be 10. Now inside it write contact form fields, comma, dot map, label, comma, name, comma, type, comma, placeholder, comma, pattern, comma, icon. Now open a arrow function. Inside it make a div. Key will be name, then inside it make a label tag, give it a class name, block, text amber 100, text small, font medium, margin from bottom will be 2. Inside it write label. Let's check, it's been giving an error. Now let's create a handle submit is equal to e, open a arrow function, write e, prevent default, console.log, inside it write form submitted, comma, form data. Now after this line write toast.success, inside it write your query has been submitted successfully. After it give it a style, border will be 2 pixels, solid, write a color hash code, After this, comma padding will be 16 pixels, comma color will be white, then background color will be this. Now backdrop filter is blur 10 pixels. Now give it a comma. Icon theme will be primary, give it a color code. Secondary will be white. Then set form data, name, comma phone, email, address, destination, query. Now let's go. As you can see, everything is being floated here. Let's make a new div. Make class name relative. Inside it write a div, class name absolute, left will be 3, top 1 by 2. Transform minus translate, from y it will be 1 by 2. Now let's add an icon in between. Class name will be text ember 500, text excel, animate pulse. Now after this, make a input tag. Inside it write type is equal to type, value is equal to form data. Inside it write name is equal to name. Now on change is equal to handles change. Now give it a class name, width will be full, padding from left will be 10, padding from right 4, padding from y axis will be 3. Now BG white, opacity 10, border 2, border ember 500, opacity will be 30. Now rounded excel, text ember 50, focus ring 2, focus ring ember 500, focus border transparent, placeholder ember 200, opacity 50. Now write a placeholder here. Inside it write placeholder, pattern will be pattern. Now required. Now let's see the error, handle change is not defined. Let's define handle change. Const handle change is equal to e, open a arrow function, set form data, comma e target dot name, write e dot target dot value. Now as you can see, now as everything is working fine, we can enter your name, mobile number. Now let's make a new div. Inside it label tag, inside it write class name, copy this CSS, paste it over here. Now write your query, write a div, give it a class name, relative, inside it write another div, class name will be absolute, from left 3, top will be 4, inside it put a new icon, fi message square, copy this CSS from here, now paste it over here. Now let's close the side tag. Now after this, write text area. Now inside this text area, write rows will be 4, name is equal to query, value is equal to form data dot query. Now on change is equal to handle change. Now give it a class name. Let's copy from this and paste it over here. Inside it write placeholder is equal to type your message here. Now make it required. After this, let's make a button. Type will be submit. Give a class name with full bg gradient to write from ember 600 to ember 2 orange 600, hover from ember 700 hover to orange 700, text white, font will be semi bold, padding y will be 3, rounded XL. Now transition all, duration will be 300, transform, hover, scale 1.2. Now shadow LG, hover, shadow will be 500, opacity will be 20, flex item center, justify center, space from X will be 2, and then group. Now inside it write a span tag. Inside span write submit query. Now after this, place a icon, FA arrow right. Inside it give a class name with 5 height 5, group hover, transition from X1, translate. Now transition transform. Now as you can see, we have to give the data first. Now let's give any dummy data and click submit query. So as you can see, your query is being submitted successfully. Now as you can see, choose menu and add to cart with multiple dishes, and along with you can choose one menu multiple time as well. Now as you can see, a total will be always shown, or if you can delete, it will be deleted. Now go to login. Let's log in. As you can see, login its functionality is working. Now in component write private route. Inside it make a new file, private route.jsx. In this, import React from React, then import navigate from React route.dom. Const private route is equal to children, make a arrow function. Now let's make a const is authenticated is equal to boolean, then inside it write local storage dot get item, inside it write login data, then return is authenticated question mark children colon navigate login. Now replace, after this export this, export default private route. Now let's go to app.jsx. First remove this line. Now paste it over here. Write private route. Inside this private route, add this card. Now once you go on your website, as you click on the card button, as you can see, a login pop-up is been visible. Now you can enter your ID and password and it's been working fine. The functionality of login and logout has been working fine. Now as you can see on mobile view, it is fully responsive. With a smooth scroll animation.
Now our front end is completed. Now let's create our backend folder. In backend, let's create a file that is server.js. Now open a split terminal and type here cd backend and type npm init to initialize our backend. Press enter, then enter, enter, and enter, then type yes and enter. Now a packet.json file is created here. Now remove this test and here let's define this as type will be module, as it will change it to ES6 module. Now after this, let's close our front end. In your terminal, let's type npm install bcrypt. Bcrypt is a library used to securely hash password and compare them. Then comes our body parser. Body parser is a middleware that helps in converting incoming JSON or URL into JavaScript. Then comes our CORS. CORS is an Express middleware that enables cross-origin requests to your API. Then comes our .env. It helps in loading or creation of .env file. Then comes our Express. Express is a web framework. Then comes our JSON web token. It helps in creating a token. Then comes our Mongoose. That helps in creating our schema. Then comes our multer, that is used for uploading the images. Then comes our nodemon. Nodemon helps in automatically restart your web server. And after that comes the validator. Validator helps in validation for the email, whether it's an email or not. Now as you can see, all the dependencies are present here. It's body parser, CORS, .env, Express, JSON web token, Mongoose, multer, nodemon and validator. So now let's go to server.js file. In this, let's type here import Express from Express package. Then after this, let's type here import CORS from CORS package. Then after this, let's type here import .env/config. Then after this, let's type here const app is equal to express. Then type here const port is equal to process.env.port, else it will be 4000. Then let's type here we will be creating here middleware, then routes. Now here in backend, let's create a file that is .env. Now here in server.js, let's type here app.use cors, then app.use express.json, then app.use express.url encoded, and in this we will type here extended true. Now after in the routes we will type here app.get, so it will be a get method for this route, request comma response and arrow function, and here let's type here response.send. It will be sending us that API working on the port 4000. So after this app.listen, so our app will listen to the port, and let's create an arrow function, and in this let's type a console.log server started at on http://localhost:$port. So now after this let's go to package.json and remove this node and type here nodemon. Now let's type here npm start to start a server. So as you can see, it says server started at localhost 4000. So now after this in backend, let's create a folder that is config. In config, let's create a file that is db.js. Now here we will connect our MongoDB database. Let's type import Mongoose from Mongoose, export const connect db is equal to an async function, and create an arrow function. Here let's type await mongoose.connect, and after this let's go to our Chrome. Let's type here MongoDB. Let's open the first link. Now after this let's click on get started. After this click sign up with Google, and now sign in with your Google account. Now after this click on this checkbox and click submit. Now it will take some time. Now after this you can fill this detail. I will skip this, and now here let's click on free. Now after this let's click create deployment. Now after this you will get your username and your password. Never enter @ in password. Never use @. Then after this choose a method, select drivers. Now it will take some time for the cluster. After this you will get a URL. Copy this URL and go to your VS Code and paste it here. After this slash, give the name of your database. It will be Foodie Frenzy. Now in password, change the password to Foodie123, the password you have given. After this type .then method, create an arrow function, type here console.log db connected, as it will be database connected. So now after this let's copy this, and in server.js file, after this let's create here db database. and in database let's paste it here. So now our app crashes. Import it. Now after import, type here .js. So now it will show that server started on localhost 4000 and DB is connected. Now after this, let's create our full backend folders or the backend structure. Let's create model. Then after this, controllers. Then after this, type here routes. And after this, let's create our middleware folder. Now after this, let's go to our database, go to cluster, click on browse collection. So now it will show you like this. You can load a sample dataset if you want, but first let's go to network access. Here click on edit and click on allow access from anywhere. Click confirm. So after this it will take some time. Now it will be taking some time. Now it shows the status is active. Now go to cluster again and it will show loading your dataset. So here it will be taking some time again. So till then, let's go to our VS Code and in models, let's create a user model.js file. Now here let's type here import Mongoose from Mongoose package. Then const user schema. We will define a schema here, new mongoose dot schema, and in this we will type here username will be type will be string, comma required will be true. Then after this we will take here email will be type will be string and it will be required true. Then put a comma and type here unique will be true, as it has to be unique so that no double user can be found in our database. So now in password, type will be string and required will be true. So now after this we will type here const user model is equal to mongoose dot models dot user else, or mongoose dot model will be here. We will name our user and user schema will be passed here. So user name will be taken as a database. Then export default user model. So now after this our sample database has been loaded here. So now we don't need the sample data. Let's remove this, or let's drop this schema here, this database, and then after this let's go to our controller and here let's create user controller dot js file. Now here let's type here import user model from user model.js file. Then after this let's type here import JWT from JSON web token. Then after this let's create our login function first. So now let's type here const login user is equal to, it will be an async function. We will pass here request comma response, and after this an arrow function, type const email comma password is equal to request dot body, as it will be coming from the request body. Now after this let's create a try catch block. In try block, we will type here const user is equal to await function, await keyword, user model dot find one. So we will be finding our user using email, as your email is unique. So after this, we will type here if user not found. In that case, we will type here return response dot JSON. Success will be false and message will be user does not exist. So if user is not found, it doesn't exist, and we will find user using email. So then type const isMatch is equal to await bycrypt. Let's import bycrypt from bycrypt package. Then after this, here let's type here, it's a bycrypt, so not bcrypt. Then dot compare password comma user password. So it will compare the password and the user password. So if the password doesn't matches, then we will type here return response dot JSON method. Success will be, again it will be false as the password doesn't matches, and message will be invalid credentials or invalid crates. Now after this, if everything works fine, then const token is equal to create token, and in this we will type user dot id underscore id, as it will be a MongoDB ID. Then response dot JSON will be success will be true and token will be passed here. So now after this, if user is not found, it will show this error. If the password doesn't matches, it shows this error, and if everything works fine, it will create a token here. So now after this, in catch block, we will type here console.log error and response.json. It will show success will be false and message will be error, or we can enter any type of error you want, server error or anything. So after this, we will type here create a token. So we will type here const create token is equal to id and arrow function, and here let's type here return jwt dot sign method, and in this we will type here id, put a comma, and our process dot env dot jwt secret key, or we can now copy this and then go to our .env file and here paste it here is equal to, it will be secret. So we will mix our user ID with secret key and it will create our token. Now after this, let's create our another function, that is register function. Now in register function, let's type here const register user is equal to an async function. We will pass here response request comma response and arrow function. Here let's type here const user name comma password comma email. All three will be coming from the request dot body. Now after this, we will type here, we will create a try catch block and in try block we will type here const exist is equal to await keyword user model dot find one, and we'll find again using email. So if it will check whether the user's email is already registered or not. If the user exists, then return response.json, and in this we will type success will be false and message will be user already exists, as the email is already founded. Then after this we will create a validation that it will check if. Now first let's import validation. So let's import validator from validator package. Now let's copy this validator and remove here, and let's type here if validation dot is email, and it will check email. So if it's not an email, then response.json success will be false again, and message will be please enter a valid email. So in this, after this we will type if password dot length. If password length is less than 8, in that case it will return response.json, then again success message will be false and message will be password please enter a strong password. So now after this, if all these things are working, if all these things doesn't works, then if everything works fine, so then const salt is equal to await bycrypt dot generate salt. So we will generate a salt which will be value will be 10. Const hashed password is equal to await bycrypt hash method. We will pass here password comma salt. So it will, so now here we will get the password hash by adding the salt to the password. Then after this new user will be created, and in this new user we will type here const new user. It will have new user model, and in this model username will be username, put a comma, email will be same as the email, then password will be hashed password. So now in this we will getting a new user. Now we will have this details. Now after this we will type here const user is equal to await new user dot save method. So it will be saving our user in a MongoDB. Now after this we will type here const token is equal to create token user dot id, the MongoDB id. Then after this let's type here response.json. It will show success will be true and token will be passed here. So now it's done here. Now if in case of the error, we will just copy this catch block from the login and we will paste it here. So it has to be remain same. So now after this we will export these two functions. So export login user comma register user. So now after this we will go in our routes folder and let's create user route dot.js. Here let's import Express from Express package. Now after this import login user and register user from user controller.js. Now after this let's type here const user router is equal to express dot router. So it will create our user router function. Then after this user router, copy this and paste it here, dot post method, as it has to be a post method for sending the data slash register. For this route it will be sending register user, and then user router dot post method on slash login route it will send login user. So now after this let's type here export default user router. So now on these routes this function will be working here. Now go to our server.js file. Below this routes let's type here app.use. Here we will type here slash API slash user, and we will pass here user router. So now here user router is imported here. So now after this in course we will be typing here origin will be origin comma a callback. Then after this we will close this bracket here. Now after this we will create a arrow function, and inside this we will type here const all allowed origins is equal to http. Now go and copy this frontend URL and in this paste it here. Now after this put a comma here and again paste it here. Change the number value to 4 as it's a frontend and admin panel route that will be allowed for this foodie frenzy. Then if origins and allowed origins dot include origin is not present, in that case callback will be null and it will be true. So on these route it's only valid, else it will be not valid. Then callback will be new error, in else block new error not allowed by course. Now after this credentials will be true. Now after this go to our Thunder client. For installing this extension go to extension, type here Thunder client. Now here install this extension to your VS Code. Now let's close this and go to our Thunder client. Now here click on new request. In this let's type here HTTP. Now let's open this, it will show API working. Now copy this URL and paste it here. After this type here API slash user, and this route is this, and in user router we will be using our first register route. So now after this paste it here. Now go to create a post method, and in this we will type here username. Username will be hexa, put a comma. Then email will be hexa@gmail.com. Then put a comma again, and here let's type here password will be, you can type any password. So click send. So it shows the success is true and token is generated here. So once the token is generated, let's test it using login route. So now in login route, now paste it here. So now in login route we don't need username. So after this we will send it again. So again it shows the success is true and token is generated. In our MongoDB, in Foodie Frenzy, a user database is created here, and in this, inside this user we can see username and password. A new entry is created here with the email hexagon@gmail.com, hexa@gmail.com, and password is hashed. So now after this, let's close this, and now in a folder let's create our middleware, that is auth.js file. In auth.js, let's type here import JWT from JSON web token. Now after this, type here const auth middleware is equal to request comma response comma next, and then create an arrow function. Here let's type here const token is equal to request dot cookies dot token, or we will be typing here request comma dot headers dot authorization and request dot header dot authorization dot split method. So now it will be split using a space and pass array 1. Then if token is not found, then return response dot JSON. In this we will type here success will be false and message will be token missing. So in this case, if the now let's first change request dot status dot JSON, and status will be 401. So if the token is missing or it's not founded, then it will show token missing. Then in try catch block, in try block we will type here const decoded is equal to jwt dot verify token comma process dot env dot j. Now copy this jwt secret as it has to be same. Now after this, if the verification is correct, then request dot user id will be decoded id and email will be decoded dot email. So now after this it will type next. So now if in case the verification failed, then let's type here err, and then after this const message will be error dot name is equal to token expired error, or it will show token expires, else it will show invalid token. So either the message will be token expired or it will show the invalid token error. Status response dot status will be 403 dot JSON, and in this we will type here success will be false and message will be shown as, and message will be shown above. Now after this export default auth middleware. So now after this let's close this. Now after this in try and catch log we will be finding the token and verification is done here. So now after this, create a new model, that is item model.js. In item model, let's type here import mongoose from mongoose package. Const item schema is equal to new mongoose dot schema, and in this we will type here name will be, type will be string, put a comma, it will be required will be true, put a comma, and it has to be unique as no two same name item will be present there. So now after this we will be needing these details, that is image, name, rupees, that is price. Then at description, type of the description will be string, put a comma, it will be required true. Then after this we will be needing category. In category it will be type will be string, and it will be required will be true. Now these are the categories. So now after this, price will be, type of price will be number, and it will be required true. Now give a semicolon here, remove this L. Now after this put a comma, and here let's type here rating will be, type will be number, put a comma, and default it will be 0. And then after this we will be adding hearts to our schema, and type of hearts will be number, and default it will be 0. Now after this a total, and total will be, type will be number, and default it will be 0. So now after this, for image URL we will be, type of the image will be string. Now after this let's add a timestamp will be true. Now after this let's export default mongoose dot model, then here item, and put a comma, and type, pass here item schema. Now after this these are the ratings and hearts only for the special menu. So we have added this rating and heart for that only. Image will contain the image. Now after this, in backend let's create a folder, that is uploads folder. Here we will be storing our images. Now after this close this all, and now let's create a controller, that is item controller .js. In this let's type here import item model from item model.js. Now after this let's type here export const create item is equal to an async function request comma response, and after this next and arrow function. So in this we will create a try catch block, and in try block we will type const name comma description comma category, put a comma, price, then comma rating, put a comma, hearts, and these things will be required from request.body. So these things will be coming from there. So here we will be creating our item and it will be saving in MongoDB. Const image URL is equal to request.file If present, it will be slash uploads folder dollar and request dot file name. Now after this, in else block it will be empty. So now in uploads it will be saving our image. Now after this, const total is equal to number price. So total will be a number price into 1. Then const new item. So it will create a new item model, and in this new item model we will be saving name, description, category, put a comma, price, then rating, after this hearts, and image URL. Then a total will be saved here. So new model will have these all things here. So now after this, once the new model is created, then const saved is equal to await keyword new item dot save method response dot status 201.json, and in JSON saved will be passed here. So here it will create a new item in our database. So now if there is an error, so in catch block we will be typing here if error dot code is equal to 11,000, then response dot status will be 400.json method, and in this message will be item name already exist. As if the name is already existing here, this will show this here as it's unique here. So now our item will be created here. Then after this we will be creating another function, that is get function. So get function to get all items, that is a fetch. So we will be typing here export const get item is equal to an async function. In this we will be typing request comma response comma next and arrow function. So now after this, in this we will create a try catch block, and in try block we will be typing here const items is equal to await keyword item model dot find dot short created at -1. So after this we will be typing here const host is equal to backtick underscore request comma protocol colon double slash here request dot get method host. So in this we will be receiving our image. Now after this const with full URL is equal to item model dot map, then an I is equal to an arrow function. In this we will be typing here I dot to object, put a comma here, item image URL will be I dot image URL. If present, then host plus image URL. In else it will show empty. So in this we will be saving our object, that is all the details, and image will be here. Now after this, response.json method. Now in this with full URL. So now after this, next will be error. So now after this we will be creating another function, that is delete function, to delete our item using ID. So export default or export const delete item is equal to an async function in this request comma response comma next, and create a arrow function, and in this create a try catch block, and in try block we will be typing here const removed is equal to await keyword item model dot find by ID and delete. So request dot params dot ID. So it will be searching this model by ID. If removed is not present or doesn't happen, then response dot status 404.json method, and here message will be item not found, as if the remove is doesn't happening, so it will show item not found as ID of that is not present. In else case, response.json 204.end. Now it will delete it. In catch block next, and it will pass error. Now make it next. Now after this, in this we will be deleting using the ID, and if it's not present it will show item not found. Now after this, in routes, let's create our item route.js. Now in this we will be typing here import express from express package. Now after this, import multer from multer package. So multer will be helping in storing our image. Import create items comma get items comma delete items from item controller.js file. So now after this, const item router is equal to express.router. Now after this we will be creating here, type here multer function to store image. So here we will be typing this function, const storage is equal to multer dot disk storage. In this we will be typing here destination will be underscore request comma underscore file underscore comma cb, and arrow function cb dot null, put a comma, or it will be uploads folder. So here we will be storing our image in upload folder. Now after this, file name will be underscore request comma file name file comma cb, and arrow function cb dot cb, and it will be null, again put a comma, it will be file date dot now minus dollar file dot file original name. Now after this we will be typing here const upload is equal to multer dot multer, and this we will be passing storage. So it will be storing our destination and file name. So after this, item router dot post method, so it will be a post method. Now in this slash on this route we will be typing upload single, so it will upload a single image. Here put a comma, create item. So when the item is created, the image will be stored in our uploads folder. So now after this, item router dot get method, it will be slash this, then get items, and after this item router dot delete method, and it will be done on slash id. So after this we will be passing delete items. Now after this we will be type export default item router. So now after this, on this route it will delete, and these two routes are for getting and creation of the items. Now in server.js type here app.use /app/uploads comma express.static. Here we will be typing here path dot join directory name comma uploads. Now here in this folder it will be joining the path and directory name. So now here let's import. Now after this let's import path from path and import file URL to path from URL. So after this type here const underscore file name is equal to file URL to path, and here import dot meta dot URL. Now after this const underscore directory name is equal to path dot directory name. Now here file name will be passed here. Now add underscore to each. Then after this add here underscore 2. Then after this here let's type here app.use method and slash API slash items, put a comma, and here let's type here import item router, sorry. And now it shows server is started here. So now let's test it. Now here type here http this route, and it will be a post method for the creation. So now here this data will be given in the dummy data.js file. So now once we have entered it, it will show a new ID, and image will be not coming here, as image will be stored through Frontend only or through admin panel. So here in MongoDB you can see items database, and it will show you the item is present here. So now after this, if we again send it the same request, it will show item name is already existing. So now after this let's remove this and then send it, so it will accept this as the item name has been changed. A new ID will be present here. So now after this, once we delete it, so it will show nothing, as the item will be deleted here. So in our MongoDB there still will be only one item. So now let's close this, as it's working fine. So now after this in models, let's create another model, that is cart model.js. In this, let's type here import Mongoose from Mongoose package. Then const cart items schema is equal to mongoose.schema, and in this type here user. So user here will be coming from, type will be mongoose.schema dot types dot object id dot put a comma, reference will be, so this user will be coming from the user model. So now as you can see, this user will be coming from to the, and this item will be coming from this item model. Then required will be true. So now after this item, put a comma here. After this item will be coming from, type will be mongoose.schema dot types dot object id, then reference it will be coming from item model, then it will be required true. So now after this, now type quantity, and type will be, here type will be number, put a comma, default it will be 1, and minimum it has to be 1. So if it in the cart, the quantity must be 1. After this, let's add here time stamp will be true. Now after this, let's type here export const cart item is equal to mongoose dot model, and here let's type here cart items, put a comma, cart item schema. Now in this we will be having our user item both coming from user model and item model, and quantity will be coming from the cart page. So now after this, let's create a controller, cart controller.js. In this, let's type here import async handler from async express async handler. So now after this, import cart item from cart item dot cart model.js. Then let's create our get cart function. So after this, let's type here export const get cart is equal to an async function, async handler, and in this we will be typing here async, and it will have request comma response, and create an arrow function. In this, let's type here const items is equal to await keyword cart item dot find, and we will be finding this by user, that is coming from the request dot user dot underscore id. So if it's present, dot populate item. Then after this, let's type here const formatted is equal to items dot map function, where ci will be an arrow function, here id MongoDB id will be ci dot MongoDB id dot to string. Then after this, item will be ci dot item, and quantity will be ci dot quantity. So now after this item and this id, we will be having these three things in our cart page. So after this, response.json method formatted. Now after this, let's create another function, that is add to cart function. So it will help us in adding the items to the cart. Then here let's type here export const add to cart is equal to async handler, and inside this async function request comma response. Let's create an arrow function. Here let's type here const item id, put a comma, quantity will be coming from the request dot body. Now after this, if items id or type of quantity is not equal to number, in that case we will be typing here response dot status, it will be 400, then throw new error, and inside this error we will be typing here item id and quantity are required. So if we don't have the item id or the quantity is not equal to number, then it will show this error. So now after this, let cart item is equal to, make the cart smaller, is equal to await keyword cart item dot find 1. So we will be finding this by user request dot user dot underscore id, that is MongoDB id. Put a comma and item will be find using item id. So now after this, let's type here if cart item is present, then cart item dot quantity is equal to math dot max 1 comma cart item dot quantity plus quantity. So it will be adding cart item, quantity will be increasing 1, then it will be adding the quantity. Then after this, if cart item dot quantity is less than 1, in that case await keyword cart item dot remove, and then return response dot JSON method. Here we will be typing underscore id will be cart item dot underscore id. Put a comma dot to string, put a comma here, and let's type item will be cart item dot item, put a comma, and quantity will be passed here. So if the cart item has less than 1 item, then it will be removed from the cart, and this will be the response will be found there. Then await cart items dot save. So if this doesn't happen, then it will save our cart. Await cart item dot populate item, then return response dot status, it will be 200 dot JSON method, and in this we will be typing here id will be cart item dot underscore id dot to string, then put a comma, item will be cart item dot item, then comma, quantity will be cart item dot quantity. So here we will be getting this cart saved, and these will be the items that are saved in our cart. After this, cart item is equal to await keyword, then cart item dot create. So it will create our new card that will have user will be request dot user dot underscore id, item will be item id, and quantity will be passed here. So new card item will have these details. Then await card item dot populate. Here we will populate item. Now after this, response dot status. Now 201.json method. So now in this we will be typing here underscore. Let's copy this and here let's paste it here. So now we will be saving here the cart item. Now after this, another function, that is let's create a method to update our cart. So it will be our updation that if we increase or decrease the item quantity, so we have to create that method. Export const update cart item is equal to async handler. Inside this, a async function that will be having request comma response and arrow function. Now inside this, let's type const quantity is equal to request dot body, as we have to just increase or decrease the quantity, so we will take only that from the request body. Const cart item is equal to await cart item dot find one. So we will be finding it again using the id, that will be request dot params dot id. Put a comma, user will be request dot user dot underscore id. So we will be finding this by id or user id. So if the cart item is found, if the cart item is not found, in that case we will be typing here return response dot status to 404 and throw new error, that will be cart item not found. So if the cart item is not found using id or user id, then it will throw a new error. So after this, make it in a bracket. Now after this bracket, let's type here if cart item is found, then cart item dot quantity is equal to max 1 comma quantity. So await keyword cart item dot saved this. So after this await cart item dot populate here item, then response dot json, and in this again just copy this 3 lines and paste it here. So basically in this, what we will do, that we will have the cart item dot quantity and it will have 1, and it will increase the quantity or decrease the quantity. Then after this, let's create our delete function. Export const delete cart item is equal to async handler and async function, and in this we will be passing request comma response and arrow function. Then inside this, let's type const cart item is equal to await cart item dot find one, and we will be finding this using this id. So let's copy this line and paste it here. So now after this, now again copy if the cart item is not found, then it will show the same error, that is cart item is not found here, and else await cart item dot delete one. So response dot JSON underscore ID will be request dot params dot ID. So now it will delete one using the ID. Now after this we will create a function, that is clear cart function, to clear the cart, as we have, when we click remove it will work there. So now export const clear cart is equal to async handler, inside this an async function request comma response and arrow function. Now after this let's type here await cart item dot delete method, delete many, as it will be deleting many things. If we have multiple quantity it will delete them. So we will be finding that using user ID. Then after this response dot JSON message will be cart clear. So now after this in routes folder we will be creating our cart route.js. After this, in this let's type here import express from express package. Now after this let's type here import get cart from cart controller.js. Then after this import auth middleware from dot slash middleware slash auth.js. So we will be using this to make this protected, as until you have the token you can't add or remove the item from the cart. So const router is equal to express.router. Then after this let's type here router dot route, and it will have slash dot get method. So on this route we will be getting method. If we have token then it will get the cart. Dot post method, if we have token then it will add to cart. So we will adding item or getting the cart when we have a valid token. Now after this let's type here router dot post method slash clear, put a comma here and it pass here auth middleware and clear cart. So it will clear when we have token, as remove will work when we have a token. Then router dot route slash ID, and on this ID we will be putting that put method, that it will update cart item, that is change the quantity, whether increase or delete or decrease. Then dot delete method, it will work as the same as clear cart, but it will be different. It will be removing that particular item only. So now after this on this ID it will be deleting. So after this let's type here export default router. So now after this go to our server.js file. After this type here app.use slash API slash cart, put a comma here and pass cart and pass here cart router. Let's copy this and after this import, paste it here from slash route slash cart route Node.js. So it will show DB connected. So now go to our Thunder client, and in Thunder client, let's remove this and let's create a post method, and let's remove this and let's type here this route and go to body. In this you will be getting this data. We will be getting this ID. So here item will be this, put a comma, then quantity has to be increased, so we will increase it by 2, then send. It will show a message that is token missing. So again let's log in again, let's copy this token and now go to headers, let's remove this and here let's type here authorization, value will be bearer space and paste the token here. Now again in body let's send this data, it will show item ID. So item is not here, item ID will be here. So now it will change the data as it has added the data, this ID is, then this ID is same. So now the quantity has become 7. And in MongoDB, once we go to our cart items, it will show you it has the item ID, that is that ID coming from the item, the user ID coming from the user, and object ID, that is this ID. Now let's change it to 0. It will remain 0 as it's a post method. Again we have to convert it to put method. Now let's copy this ID and paste it here. Now send it. It will show item, cart item not found. So now copy this ID and now send it here. So now it will update it and the quantity has become 1, as it can't be 0, as one item has to be there, else it will be removed. So now this is working. So we have tested these routes. So now after this let's make it 6 and again send it. So it will change the quantity to 6. So now once we refresh the page, it will show the quantity has been changed to 6. So now this is working fine. So now let's close this all and now go to our model and create our order model, order model dot JS. In this let's type here import Mongoose from Mongoose package. Now type const order schema is equal to new mongoose dot schema. Now in this we will be typing item and name will be, type of the name will be string, put a comma, it will be required will be true, then price will be, type of price will be string, put a comma, required will be true. Then after this minimum must be 0, so min price will be 0. Then after this image URL will be, type of the URL will be, it will be again a string type, put a comma, and it will be required will be true. Then again after this put a comma, and in quantity, type of quantity will be number and it will be required will be true, and min value for the quantity must be 1. So after this schema we will be passing ID will be true. So it will have a particular ID for the order model. Then after this we will create const order schema is equal to new mongoose dot schema, and here we will define another schema which will have user info. First we will be giving user, type of the user will be mongoose dot schema dot types dot object id. Then reference from it will be coming from the user. Now change this to order item schema, and this will be order schema. Now after this put a then email, type of email will be string and required will be true, and index will be true. After this put a comma, type here first name, then here let's type and it will be string, required will be true. So we will take our first name from the order page, then last name, it will give us a last name which will be string, then put a comma, required will be true. After this put a comma here and let's type here phone number, then phone type will be string, put a comma, required will be true. Now after this put a comma here, let's type here address, so we will be getting address, so address type will be string and required it will be true. Then after the address we will be taking city type will be string and it must be required will be true. Then after the city we will be taking zip code, then in zip code will be type will be string and required will be true. So now after this we will be taking order items detail, so here we will be typing items, so item we will be passing orders item schema. So after this we will be getting this schema and it will be stored in item schema. Now after this we will be getting payment method, so the payment method will be getting here. So payment method type will be type, here will be it will be string, put a comma, and required will be true. Now after this enmum, so he will here we will be typing COD, it can be cash on delivery, it can be online, it can be done using card, or it can be done using UPI. Now put a comma here and index will be true. Now put a comma here, then after this we will be taking payment intent, and here we will be intent ID, and in this type of this it will be string again, and after this put a comma and type here session ID. This session ID is the ID coming from the Stripe, so we will be doing this later. So type will be string and index it will be true. Then after this transition ID, so we will be providing the transition ID, type will be string, and after this payment status, so payment status type will be it will be string again, put a comma, and enum, it can be either pending, it can be successful or succeeded, or it can be failed. Now after this, default, it must be pending. Now after this index, it will be true. So now after this, put a comma here. Then let's type here order calculation. So here we will be defining our calculation. So subtotal will be coming here. Subtotal type will be number, and it will be required will be true. Then minimum, it should be 0, or at first it will be 0. Tags, it will be type will be number, put a comma here. Required will be required, it will be true. Now after this, tax min will be 0, so minimum it should be 0. Shipping, so in shipping, type will be number and required will be true. Now after this, minimum it must be 0, and for default it will be 0. Now after this, put a comma here, and then total type will be here, it will be number, put a comma. Required it will be true, and then minimum it will be 0. So now after this, here we will be getting our user detail. Here it will store the order detail, and this is the payment method. And after this is the calculation of orders. Then after this, we will be creating order tracking. So here we will be typing status. So in status, type of status, it will be string, and enum, it can be either processing, or it can be out for delivery, or it can be delivered. Then put a comma here. In default case, it will be processing. Then after this, index will be true. So now after this, expected delivery date, it will be date, and delivery delivered at, it will be date. Now after this, we will be giving timestamp. So here we will be giving created at, type of it, it will be date, and in default case it will be date.now function. Now after this, index, it will be true. Then updated at, so we will be doing this timestamp manually, so that it can be showing, it can show updated at date also. So for default it will be date.now. Now after this, let's type here order schema dot index, and inside this we will be typing here user will be 1, comma created at, it will be -1. After this, order schema dot index, then again here status will be 1, and payment status, it will be 1. Then after this we will be typing here order schema dot pre function, and in this we will be typing save function next, and after this dot updated at is equal to new date, then next function. So now after this we will be typing here const order is equal to mongoose dot model, and inside this we will be typing here order, put a comma, and order schema will be pass here. Now after this let's export default order. So now it's done here. Now after this let's go to our controller and let's create order controller dot js. Here let's type here import order from model slash orders dot order model dot js. Then after this import dot env slash config file. Then after this let's type here const. So now here let's type here stripe, and let's open this link, click on sign in. Now here sign in with Google. Now choose your account. Now after this continue. Now after this give your full name. In my case it will be HTS, and create your account. It will take some time. So now after this you can fill this detail. I will skip it for now. So now after skipping this, let's type here npm install stripe. Now open this first link. Now copy this command, and here let's terminate this and paste it here. Now after this let's type here npm start again to start a server. Now it shows it db connected. Now after this, now you can see API keys are present here. So now after this let's copy this secret key, and in .env file let's type here stripe underscore secret underscore key is equal to, paste the key right here. Now after this let's type here one thing more, that is frontend underscore URL is equal to, now here let's go to server.js and copy this localhost URL and paste it in here. So now let's close this. Now in order controller let's type here const stripe is equal to new stripe. Then after this let's type here process dot env dot secret key. Now let's go and copy this and go to order controller and paste it here. Now after this let's type here create order function. So we will be creating here the order. Let's type here export const create order is equal to, it will be an async function, request comma response and a arrow function. Now we will create a try catch block. In try block we will be typing here const. So we will be typing here first name first name, then last name, then phone number, put a comma, email, then address, then again city, then zip code. Then we will be needing payment method. After this, subtotal and tax, then total. After this, we will be needing items. So all these will be coming from request.body. Now after this, let's type if items are not present or array is not present of items, or items dot length is equal to 0, in that case we will be returning response dot status. It will be 400 dot json method, and in this we will be typing message will be invalid or empty item array. So in this case, if any of this is not founded in the item, then it will show this error. Then let's type here const order items is equal to items dot map function, and here let's create items. Let's type here item, put a comma, name, then price, then image URL, put a comma, then quantity, and after this let's create an arrow function, and inside this type const base is equal to item or empty, then return we will be returning here item will be name. Inside this it will be base dot name, else it will be name, or it will be unknown. So here in base we will be storing item, and item will have these many properties. Now price, base dot price, it will be a number, then price, or it will be 0. Image URL, it will be base dot image URL, or it will be image URL, or it will be empty. Then after this, in quantity section we will be giving number, now quantity, or it will be 0. So basically in this we will be having this request, and base will be having the item, and item will have these details with quantity also. Then we will be creating default shipping cost, then type here const shipping cost is equal to 0, then let new order is, then if payment method is equal to online, then in that case we will be typing here const session is equal to await keyword, then stripe dot checkout dot session dot create. So it will open the checkout section page of the Stripe payment gateway. In this, payment method type will be card. So it will open this Stripe payment gateway, and the method type will be card. So we have to fill the detail of the card there. Then mode will be payment. After this, put a comma, and now let's type here line items will be order items dot map function, and inside this order and arrow function, and inside this we will be typing here price underscore data is equal, that will be currency, it will be INR, that is Indian currency. So now after this put a comma, then product data, it will have name will have order dot item dot name, then we will have unit amount, and in this we will be giving them math dot round, and inside this we will be giving order dot item dot price into 100. Now after this put a comma here, quantity, and in quantity it will be order dot quantity. Then after this customer email, it will be email, then in this we will be having this price data, there will be a session card that will have payment will be online mode, and it will be a card payment. Then after this customer email put a comma, and let's type here success URL. When the route will have a success checkout, then we will be giving process.env.frontend URL slash my order, it will redirect us to my order page, slash verify, so it will be verifying that the payment is success is equal to true or not. If it's true and session ID is generated is equal to the checkout session ID, then it will take us to my orders page. And in case of for the cancel URL, now here let's paste it here, and after this give slash, it will be checkout, and success payment will be payment status will be is equal to cancel. So in case of cancel, it will take us back to slash checkout. Metadata, we will be passing here first name, last name, email, then we will be giving phone. So after this, here in these 3 lines, it's that if the payment is successful, it will take us to my orders page. If not, it will revert back to a checkout page. Now after this, let's type new order is equal to new order. Inside this new order, we will be giving user will be request dot user dot underscore ID, that will be MongoDB ID, then first name, and first name we will be giving put a comma here, then last name, then after this we will be giving here phone, then email will be, then after this address, then city, then zip code, and after this it will be payment method, then subtotal, then after this tax, then total, then it will be shipping, and in shipping will contain shipping cost. Then after this items will contain order items, then payment method or payment intent ID will contain session dot payment intent dot put a comma, then session ID will contain session dot underscore ID, remove underscore, it will be ID only, and payment status will contain pending. So now this new order will contain these many details. Now the payment status will be pending. Now after this, let's type await keyword here, new order dot save, so it will be saving this order in MongoDB, then return response dot status, and it will be 201.json method, Inside this, let's type here order. Order will be new order. Put a comma. Then checkout URL will be session dot URL. So now in this, once the new order is saved, it will show this status. After this, if payment is done, COD, that is cash on delivery. So in this case, copy this new order and paste it here. Now remove this session ID and payment ID as it will be needed for only online order. Then after this, change status, it will be succeeded every time it's a COD order. So after this, let's paste it again here. So it won't have this checkout URL. So it will be null. Now after this, in catch block, let's type here console.log console.error. Inside this, we will be typing create order error, and here we will be passing here error. Now after this, response.status, it will be 500.json method. Inside this, message will be server error, and error will be passed here. And inside error will be passed dot message will be passed here. Now after this, let's create a function that is confirm payment. If the payment is done online and it's a confirm payment, then export const confirm payment is equal to async function. Then here request comma response, let's create an arrow function. Inside this, create a try catch block, and in try block we will be typing here const. Now here we will be typing a session ID is equal to request dot query. So this session ID will be coming from the request dot query. If session ID is not found, then return response dot status. Inside this, it will be 400, then dot .json method, and inside this message will be session underscore ID required. So in case of the session ID not found, it will show this error, and the session ID will be coming from the query. That is, once the user try to create a new order, the query will be coming from there. After this, const session is equal to await keyword stripe dot checkout dot sessions dot retrieve. So it will retrieve this checkout and retrieve the session ID from init. So in this, the session ID will be retrieved from the Stripe checkout section. Then after this, let's type if session dot payment status is equal to paid. So if it's successful and it's paid, then const order is equal to await order dot find by ID, find one, and update. So it will be finding the session ID will become the session underscore ID, and then payment status will become success. So it will update by finding the session ID, then new will become true. Now here we will be retrieving the session ID, and session ID will be getting updated here. Then after this, if order is not found, then response.status, we will be giving 404.json method, and inside this let's type message will be order not found. So if in case of the order is not present there, then it will show this error. Then return response.json order, so it will return the order here if in case of success. Then return response.status, and inside this it will be 400, then .json method. So message will be payment not completed. So if in case of the error, the payment will not be paid, so it will show this error, payment not completed. And here if the order is not found, it will show order not found. Then in catch block it will be error, and now let's copy this and now paste it here. Console.log first, console.error, and inside this error we will pass the error. After this, paste this line here, and now change this error to error.message, and now our confirm payment is done here. Now after this, we will be creating another function, that is get order. So here let's type here export const get order is equal to, it will be an async function, request comma response, create an arrow function. Now after this, create a try catch block, and in try block let's type here const filter is equal to user request dot user dot underscore id. Now const raw orders is equal to await keyword, here order dot find, we will be finding by the user id which will be coming in the filter, and then we will be sorting it by created at -1, so the latest will be shown above. Dot lean method. Now here we will be finding the user using the filter using the user id, and then it will show the order here. So now let me comment it. Order belongs to that particular user, so the user can only see his or her order there. Now after this, let's create format. Const formatted is equal to raw orders dot map function, here order, create an arrow function, and inside this we will type order comma items will be order dot items dot map function items, and create an arrow function, and inside this we will be giving underscore id will be item dot id, then item will be item dot item, put a comma here, then quantity will be item dot quantity. So here we will be giving this items to this format, and in this format it will be shown there. Then created at, it will be order dot created at. So now after this, let's type here payment status, it will be order dot payment status. After this, let's put a comma here, let's type here response.json formatted, so it will pass it here. So now after this, let's copy this catch block and paste it here. Now change this to get order error. Now after this, let's create another function, that is admin route get all orders. So here we will be getting all the orders without this user interference, that it has ID or not. Export const get all orders is equal to async function request comma response, and create a arrow function. Inside this, create a try and catch block. In try block, let's type here const raw is equal to await order, then dot find method. After this, dot sort method, it will be sorted by created at -1. Then after this, dot lean. Now after this, let's type here const formatted is equal to raw dot map function, and inside this order create an arrow function. Inside this underscore id will be order dot underscore id, then user will be order dot user. After this, first name will be order dot first name, then last name, it will be order dot last name. Then put a comma here, then type email will be order dot email, then phone and order dot phone it will be. Then after this, address, it will be order dot address, then it will be order dot shipping address, then check order dot shipping address dot address, else it will be empty. Then city will be same as order dot city, so it's present, then order dot shipping address dot city, and inside L or it will be empty. Then after this, zip code, and inside zip code we will be typing here order dot zip code, and if present, then order dot shipping address dot zip code, or it will be empty. So now after this, put a comma here. Now let's type here payment method will be order dot payment method, put a comma, then payment status will be order dot payment status, then status will be shown as order dot status, then created at, it will be shown as order dot created at, put a comma here. Then let's type here items, then here order dot items dot map function, and here let's pass item and create a arrow function, and inside this let's copy. Now here let's type here underscore id will be item dot underscore id, then put a comma here. Let's type item will be I dot items item, then after this quantity will be I dot quantity. Now after this, response.json method formatted will be passed here. So inside this, for the admin panel, we will be getting these things here. Now in cache block, let's copy this cache block, and inside this let's paste it here. Now change it to get all orders. Now after this, let's type here update order, so without token, so it will be done from the admin panel also, that it is out for delivery or something else. Then let's type export const update any order is equal to an async function request comma response, create an arrow function. Inside this, let's create a try catch block, and in try block, let's type here const updated is equal to await keyword order dot find by id and update it. So we will be finding this request dot params dot id. So we will be updating this request dot body, the new will be true, and run validator, it will be true. So in this we will be getting this. If it is find it, then we will update this using this find by and update method. Now after this, let's create if updated doesn't happens, then return response.status 404.json method, and it will show message, and the message will contain order not found. As the updation doesn't happen, as we didn't find the id, or it will not have the order in the body. If successful, then request response.json, it will be updated. Now let's copy this catch block again and paste it here. Now here let's change this error to update any order error. Now after this, let's type here get order by id. So it will be done for the front end, as once the admin has updated order, then it should get updated here. So let's type export const get order by id is equal to async function request comma response, create an arrow function and a try catch block. In try block, let's type here const order is equal to await keyword order dot find by id, and inside this we will be finding it by request dot params dot id. So if this will be find by the id here. If order is not found, in the case of that, we will be returning response.status 404.json method, and inside this message will be shown as order not found. So if we don't find the order by the id, it will show this message. If order is not found dot user is not found, or if order dot user dot equals to the if not equals to the request dot user dot id, in that case return response dot status 403.json method, and it will show message will be access denied. So in case of this, that the order user is not equal to the id of the user that has made the order, then it will show access denied. So if request dot query dot email and order dot email is not equal to request dot query dot email, so if in that case return response dot status 403.json method, and let's type here message will be access denied. So in case of the request dot query email or email order email doesn't matches the real order email, then it will show this message. If everything works fine, it will return the order here, response.json order. So after this, copy this catch block and paste it here. Change this to get order error. by ID error. So now after this, let's create here another function that is update by ID. So here let's type here export const update by update order is equal to an async function request comma response, create an arrow function. So after this, let's copy this try block, and in this let's copy this catch block here. And now after this, let's close this first and then paste it here. Now here let's remove this. Now after this, it's working fine. Now here just change this query to body, as the order will be updated by in the body. So after this, let's type here const updated is equal to await keyword, and inside this order dot find by ID and update it will be request dot params dot ID. Put a comma, request dot body, again put a comma, new will be true. So now response.json we will be passing here updated. So here we will be updating the order by matching the ID and request body. Now in routes folder, let's create another route, that is order route.js. Order route.js. Inside this, let's type here import express from express package. Now after this, let's type here const order router is equal to express dot router. Now after this, let's type here order router dot get method, and it will be fetching slash get all route, put a comma, get all orders. So it will be coming from order controller.js. So it doesn't have to be protected. So after this, dot put method for updation, get all slash a particular ID, comma, and pass here update any order. So it will update any order. After this, let's type here protected routes. So these routes will only work when you have a token, else it won't work. Order router dot user use auth middleware. So we will be using this auth middleware, which will have the token here. So after this, let's type here order router dot a post method. It will be a slash, put a comma here, and let's pass here create order. Now after this, order router dot get method. So it will get, put a comma here, get orders. So it will get the order. Then after this, order router dot get confirm. So it will get the confirm order. It will get the status, that is confirm payment. Then dot get method again. Then it will be slash ID. For a particular ID it will get. Now here let's put a comma here and let's pass here get order by ID. And after this, order router dot put method for the updation, and it will be done for the ID too. Here we will be typing update order. Now after this, let's type here export default order router. So now let's copy this and now go to our server.js. Let's close all this, and in server.js, after this, let's type here app.use method slash API slash orders, and let's pass here, paste it here, Okay, now copy this again, and now here type import, paste it here from /route/ order route.js. So it will show you this DB connected and server started on localhost 4000. So now after this, we have completed our backend. Now go to order model, and here let's change it to tags, not text. So now after this, let's go to Thunder client, and here let's type here this, copy this route, and inside this let's remove this, let's type here this. Now it will be a post method. Inside this let's paste this dummy data. You will get this in the dummy data dot file. Then it will show the status success will be false and token missing. Inside this again let's log in, and we will get this token here. Let's copy this, and inside this let's type here authorization, and inside this let's type here bearer and paste the token here. Again in body hit this send. Now as you can see, it will send this with the details here, and we will be getting the status pending, status will be processing, and checkout will be have this URL. So now in the MongoDB database we will be seeing orders, and in orders we will be seeing this as user ID. So this user will only be able to see this order on the UI. So now our backend portion is completed. So now after this, let's create our admin panel.
So let's create our admin panel. First we need to install Vite. Now go to Chrome, copy this command. Now paste it in your terminal. After that, give it a name, admin. Then after that, as you can see, admin folder has been created. Now open the admin folder, cd admin. Now npm install all dependencies. Now let's go to Chrome. Now type Tailwind CSS. Now copy this command to install Tailwind CSS in your project. Now copy this line. Now go to your Vite config.js file, paste it over here. Now copy second line, paste it after React, and put it a comma between them. Now import Tailwind CSS in index.css file. Now copy this line to check if it is working or not. Class to class name. Now run the command. As you can see, our Tailwind CSS has been successfully installed. Now go to main.jsx, remove this strict mode. Now in your index.html file, give it a title foodie frenzy admin panel. Now go to your app.jsx. First we need to install React Router DOM. Copy this command, paste it in your terminal. Now inside your main.jsx, put the app between browser router. Now close all tabs. Now let's make a folder of components. Inside this, first we need to create navbar, type RESTful. Now inside this, first we need to install our dummy data file, inside which I have put some dummy data and CSS. To streamline the process, the dummy data file is present on GitHub. The link will be provided in the description box. As you can see, it is installed. As you can see, it is downloaded. Over here you can see all the dummy data is present over here. Now we fetch those data where we required. Now inside nav, give it a class name style.nav. First we need to import the styles from dummy data. Now as you can see, admin nav bar styles present in dummy data file. We'll fetch all data from there. Now open a div, give it a class name style.nav container. Inside this, make a new div. Class name will be style.action button. Give it a class name style.logo section. Now let's install React icons. Copy this command and paste it on your terminal. Now let's search GI chef. Copy this import line. Now paste it on your navbar file. Now inside this, give a class name style.logo icon. Now open a span tag. Give it a class name style.logo text. Inside this, write admin panel. Now let's check. It's not visible yet. We need to add navbar in app.js file. Let's recheck. As you can see, it is visible now. Let's go to navbar.js file again. Put a button tag inside this. On click is equal to, open a parenthesis, give it a function set. Now let's make const inside this menu open, comma set menu open is equal to use state will be false. Now let's write set menu open not menu open, then give it a class name style.menu button. Inside this, write menu open, then fix colon fi menu. Now as you can see in mobile size, the toast visible now. Let's open a div, give it a class name style.desktop menu. Inside this, write nav links. As you can see in dummy data, all nav links is present. First we'll create all files. In components, add all three files, which is add items.jsx, list.jsx and navbar.jsx. Now in each file type RESTful. Now go to your app.jsx, write routes. Let's import router from React router DOM. Let's import routes from React router DOM. Now inside routes, make a route path will be slash, element will be add items. Now place a second route, copy the path from dummy data, then element is equal to list. Now make third route, copy the path, again element will be order. Now place this inside fragments. Now above routes, place navbar. Once you reload, there's an error. Let's recheck the error. First we need to add nav links. Now type dot map links, give it a function, arrow function. Inside this place nav links. Key will be link.name. 2 is equal to nav.href. Then give it a class name is active. Now open a arrow function. In backticks, give a $sign inside this style.navlink base. After that, another dollar inside parenthesis is active, style.navlinks active. Now give colon style.navlink inactive. Now after that, link.icon, place a span tag. Inside this, write link.name. Now as you can see, each page is being created. Now let's move to create mobile view UI. Right, menu open and open a div, give it a class name style.mobile menu. Copy this whole code snippets. Now place it over here. Now after that, on click, open a arrow function, set menu will be false. Now as you can see in mobile, the UI is being created in mobile view. Now let's create add item page. Now we need to copy some functions like name, description, what will be the price, ratings and hearts, etc. Then categories, we have to define categories like breakfast, lunch, dinner. As you can see, data is being present in dummy.data file. Now let's remove this return state. Inside this return, add a new div, give a class name style.name form wrapper. As you can see, form wrapper is present in dummy data. So we need to import, which is being imported from style. Now inside this, make a new div, give a class name max, width will be 4xl, or margin from x-axis will be auto. Then inside this, make a div, give it a class name style.formCard. Now inside this, give a h2 tag, class name will be style.formTitle. Give a title, add new menu items. After that, make a form onSubmit is equal to handle submit. Then give it a class name, space from y-axis will be 6. For small devices, space will be 8. Then inside this, make a div, give a class name style.upload wrapper. Inside this, label class name is equal to style.upload label. After that, inside this, form data dot preview question mark, open a brackets. Inside this, place a image tag, source will be form.preview. Then write preview, give a class name style.previewImage. Give a colon, open a new parenthesis brackets. Inside this, open a div, give it a class name text center, padding will be 4. Inside this, add our icon fi upload, give a class name style.uploadIcon. Now inside this, make a paragraph tag, give a class name style.uploadText. Now inside this paragraph tag, right click to upload product image. Now let's check. Now correct the name. There is still handle submit is not been defined yet. So let's make a const and define the handle submit. Write hover rating, comma, set hover rating, open a is equal to use state, open a inside this, write 0. After that, make a function handle input change is equal to e, open a arrow function. Inside this, write const name, comma, value is equal to e target. Then set form data preview, open an arrow function, preview is comma name colon value. Now for image handling, make a function const handle image upload is equal to e, open an arrow function, const file is equal to e dot target dot files, write 0. After that, place if file will be set form data, then preview is open arrow function, preview comma image colon file is comma preview colon url dot create object url file. Now make a const handle rating is equal to rating, open arrow function, set form data will be previous, open another arrow function, then previous comma rating. then open an arrow function, then create const handle hearts, open arrow function, set form data, previous is equal to open arrow function, previous comma hearts comma previous dot hearts plus 1, a new const handle submit, async before this, inside this write e dot prevent default. Now inside this we need to add try and catch function. Now in try write const payload is equal to form data, then object dot entries will be form data dot for each key comma val, open a arrow function, write if key is equal to preview, then return payload dot append key comma val. Now in catch we need to add backend, so first create const response, we need to add Axios in it. Now let's first install npm i Axios. Now after installation we need to import Axios as well, write import Axios from Axios. Now inside this write axios.post, inside as you can see localhost API is working from backend, write this URL of backend inside this. You need to add API/items, and after that now place a comma, payload comma headers colon content type colon multipart forwarded slash form data. Now reload the site, as you can see a box has been created to add new images of items. Now let's make set form data. We need to copy this whole data from here, then paste it over here. Now in catch print console error will be error uploading items colon comma error dot response or error dot message. Now below that write input type will be file, accept is equal to image comma forwarded image forwarded slash. Now write on change is equal to handle image upload, give a class name handle required, then outside this make a new div, give it a class name, space from y-axis will be 6, inside this place a div, give it a label, class name is equal to block, margin from bottom will be 2, text base for small size device, text will be large, text amber 400. Now inside this write product name. Now open a input tag, write type text, name will be name, value will be form.data, form_data.name, on change is equal to handle input change, write a class name for this style.input fields, write placeholder is equal to enter product name, Make this field required. Now just same, copy the whole lines, right for description. Now open a text area, give it a name, description. Value will be form data dot description. Now on change is equal to handle input change. Class name will be styles dot input field plus inside quotes write height will be 32. For small devices height will be 40. Now write placeholder will be enter product description. Now make this field required as well. Now remove this text area and close the text area tag itself. Now after that place a new div, give it a class name style.create, two calls. Now inside this make a div. Inside this div make a label tag, give it a class name block, margin bottom 2, text will be base, for small devices text large, then text color will be text tempo 400. After that make a select tag, name will be category, then value is equal to form data dot category. After this on change will be handle input change. Now write a class name for this style dot input field. Now make this field required as well. Inside this open a option tag, write value is equal to empty braces, empty colons. Inside this write select category. After that write inside parenthesis write categories dot map, then open a arrow function. C arrow function will be open a option tag, write key is equal to C, value is equal to open a parenthesis, then write C, give it a class name, give a background color, then in parenthesis C. As you can see, categories is being visible now. Make a new div, paste the label tags. Now inside this write price, then open a div, give it a class name style dot relative input. Now add a icon fa rupee sign. Let's import that icon from React icons. As you can see, the price icon is being placed. Now after that give it a class name style dot rupee icon. Now after that make an input box, type will be number, name will be price, value will be form data dot price. Now click on change is equal to handle input change. Now give it a class name styles dot input field plus padding from left will be 10, for small devices it will be 12. Placeholder is enterprise. Now write min is equal to 0, then step is equal to 0.01. Make this field required as well. Now as you can see, price input box is created successfully. Now after that, make a div, give it a class name, style dot get two columns. Inside this div, make a div, paste that label tag over here, write rating. Now open a new div, give it a class name, flex cap will be 2. Inside this div, write inside parentheses and brackets, write 1, comma 2, comma 3, comma 4, 5 dot map. Open a bracket. Inside this, write star, open a arrow function. Inside this function, write button tag. Key will be star, type will be button. On click, open a arrow function and inside parentheses, like handle rating will be star. Now make a function on mouse enter is equal to set hover will be rating, which is 0. Now let's give it a class name. Text will be 2xl. For small devices it will be 3xl. Transition transform, hover, scale 110. Now place a icon fi star. Give a class name star, which is less than equal to hover rating or form data dot rating. Question mark, text number 400, fill current, colon, text number 100, opacity will be 30. Now let's make a new div. Inside this, paste the label tag, remove this price and write popularity. Make a div, give a class name, flex item center, cap will be 3. For small devices, cap will be 4. Now inside this, add a button tag, give it a type will be button. On click is equal to handle hearts. Now class name will be text to XL. For small devices, text will be 3xl. Text number 400, over text number 500, over text number 300, transition colors, animate pulse. Now I add icon fi heart. Now as you can see, icon is being visible over here. Now let's make a input box. Type will be number. Now name is equal to hearts. Value will be form data dot hearts. Now on change, handle input change. Now give it a class name style dot input field plus add a CSS padding from left will be 10. For small devices, padding left will be 12. Now after that, placeholder will be enter likes. Now minimum value will be 0. Now make this field required as well. As you can see, input box has been added over here. Now let's make a new button tag. Inside this, write add to menu. After that, give it a type submit. Class name will be style dot action button. Now as you can see, functionalities. Now we need to add some dummy data. Let's add some images, then product name, then some dummy description. Now place category, then give a rating, write some price, then give some popularity, then click to add to menu. Now as you can see in console, this nothing visible over here. Now let's open MongoDB Atlas. In our MongoDB, as you can see in uploads, the image is undefined. So let's go to our backend. In item.controller, remove this. Now go to item.routes, remove this fill from here. Now let's recheck. Now inside your uploads, as you can see, let's add and retry this again. Write some category, write some price, popularity, then give a rating, then click add to button. As you can see in MongoDB, now the image URL is correctly been placed. As you can see in uploads, the image is coming. Now let's close those tabs. Now open the list. Now let's make list page. Open a div, give a class name, style dot page wrapper. Now as you can see, the list CSS is present in dummy data file. We need to import styles from dummy data. Now add div, give a class name, max width will be 7XL, margin X will be auto. Inside this, place a div, give it a class name, style.card container. Inside this, add a h2 tag, give a class name, style.title. Inside this, write manage menu items. As you can see, it is showing here. Now let's make a div, give a class name, styles.table wrapper. Now make a table tag, give a class name, style.table. Now open a thread tag, give a class name, style.thread. Inside this, open tr tag, then th tag, give a class name, style will be .th, write image. As you can see, it is visible over here. Now copy this line, paste multiple times. Now change the name, then write name, then inside this write category, then write price in rupee, then write rating. You need to add all data entries, which is user giving those details. Now in last write delete, in last add style.thsender. As you can see, everything is being visible over here. Now let's scroll up, write const items comma set items is equal to use search use state. Now inside brackets write const loading comma set loading is equal to use state tr use state true. Now make a const render star is equal to rating, open arrow function, write array of length 5, after that dot map, and open brackets, open another bracket, write underscore comma I, open our arrow function, give it an icon. Inside this, give it a class name, text Excel, place a dollar sign, open a parenthesis, I is less than rating, then inside quotes write text number 400, fill current, colon, text number 100, opacity will be 30, key is equal to I. Now make a if statement loading. Inside this, return, place a div, give it a class name, styles dot page wrapper dot replace, then inside brackets write forwarded slash bg gradient to br, asterisk forwarded slash comma empty braces, then close the bracket, write dot contact, inside this write flex item center, justify center, text amber 100. Now write loading menu. Now copy this. Now below that write tbody tag, then inside this write item dot map item open arrow function, inside this open a tr tag, then give key is equal to item dot id, class name will be style dot tr, then write td, class name will be styles dot image cell. Now inside this place a image tag, source will be item dot image url, alternative will be item dot class name. Now give a class name style dot image. Now let's reload this. There comes an error. Let's define use effect, open arrow function, inside brackets, inside parenthesis write const fetch item is equal to async. Now open arrow function, then write try and catch. In try we will be fetching data from backend, const data is equal to wait axios dot get, place the localhost url with api slash items. Now go to your backend, inside item routes, as you can see the route is defined as api slash items. Now after that write a set items function will be data. Now in catch error console.error write error fetching items colon comma error, then write finally write set loading will be false. Now fetch items, place a brackets, then close it. As you can see on reloading, items dot map is not defined yet. Now after this let's add delete items, write const handle delete is equal to async, inside this write item id will be open arrow function, inside this write if statement, inside it if not window is equal to confirm, write are you sure you want to delete this item, then return it. Now write try and catch. In try, write await dot axios dot delete. Inside this, write the API URL items forwarded slash. After that, write $, open parenthesis, item ID. Now inside items route, as you can see, the delete item route will be forwarded slash ID. Set item will be previous, open arrow function previous dot filter, item, open arrow function item dot ID. Before ID place underscore. After that, if not, then item ID, print console log deleted item ID, comma item ID. Catch will be inside catch, write console dot error, the error which we want to show is error deleting item, comma error. Now reload the site. Items.map is not defined, so let's create td class name styles.name cell. Now inside this, write a div, give it a class name, space from y-axis will be 1. Now inside this, place a paragraph tag class name style.name text, which is greater than item.name. After that, make another paragraph tag, give it a class name style.diskText, which is greater than item.description. Now after that, write td tag, give it a class name style.category cell, which is greater than item category. Now there comes error again. Let's see our backend. Write this as items. Now once you reload, as you can see, it is working now. There is still error in backend. Now remove this line, write map. Once you reload this, another error is being, as you can see, image name and description is being fetching. Now let's delete the previous data from our MongoDB cluster. As you can see, it is working now. So let's move on. Then create td class name will be style.price cells. Write rupee sign, then item.price. Make a new td tag, give a class name style.rating cells. Inside this, open a div tag, give it a class name flex cap will be 1. Write render stars, then inside. Now let's make new td tag, give it a class name style.heart cells. Inside this, place a div, give it a class name style.heart wrapper, place a icon fi heart, give a class name text excel. Make a span tag, give it a class name. Inside this span tag, write item.hearts, close the parenthesis, As you can see, hearts data has been visible as well. Now let's fetch another data. Give it a class name. Padding will be 4, text will be center. Inside this, open a button tag. On click, handle delete. Inside this, write item.id. Give it a class name, styles.delete btn. Paste the icon, fi trash h2. Give it a class name, text to excel. As you can see, a delete item is being added over here. Button. A delete button is being added over here. Now, after that, write items.length is equal to 0 and open a div, give it a class name, style.emptyState. Inside this, write no items found in the menu. Now, as you can see, once we'll add new item, add a new item, write a name, description. Now open add item, write, scroll up. Inside this class, give it a spacing, right, as you can see, write a description, eat it now. Now give a category, price, popularity rating, then add the item. As you can see in list, the item is being added. You can delete it as well. Let's check our MongoDB. As you can see, there is no data found here as well. Now let's create our order page. So let's create our order page. Now inside this, make a div, give a class name, layout classes.page. As you can see, the data is being present in dummy data. We will fetch that data from this file. Now let's make a new div, give it a class name, mx auto, max width will be 7 pixel, then create a div inside that, give it a class name, layout classes.card. Now inside this, place a h2 tag, give it a class name, layout classes.heading. Inside this, write order management. Now make a new div, give it a class name, table classes.wrapper. Inside this, add a table tag, give a class name, table classes.table. Now inside this, make a thread tag, class name will be table classes dot header row. Now let's copy this code snippet from here. Just add this inside that, which contain order ID, customer address, item, total items, price, etc. Now let's go to our backend in models. As you can see, it is being present over here in order.jsx. All the things were shown up here. Now let's create a tbody tag. Inside this, we need to write this code snippet. From there, we will place, first we will write order dot map Inside this, write order, open arrow function, place the copied code inside this. Now let's go to top, write const order, comma, set orders is equal to use state. Now write const loading, comma, set loading is equal to use state will be true. Now write const error, comma, set error is equal to use state, it will null. Now let's copy this snippet from here. We will paste this code snippet right here, which is fetch orders use effect, which will be fetching, which will be getting from order router. As you can see, the route is being defined sesh get all slash get all. Now this is optional. You can write it or you can't. You can leave it. The order address is being fetching from there. Order controller. As you can see over here, formatted data is being fetching from our backend. Now set orders will be formatted and set errors will be null. Now we need to write const handle status change, which is async order id, comma new status. Inside this, write try and catch. Inside try, write await xuse dot get dot put a backticks. Now let's copy this URL, place the URL here. Now write API slash orders slash get all slash put a dollar sign order ID. Inside, as we have defined the routes, get orders, as you can see in get all ID, which is being fetched from get all items. Now place a comma, write status, which is new status. After that, write set orders order dot map o place o, then open arrow function o dot id is equal to order id question mark. If it is, then comma status will be new status, put a colon, then write inside catch, we write alert error dot response. If it is, then dot data, then dot message or failed to update the order status. Now we need to reload. As you can see, there is an error. Remove this brackets. Let's see what's the error. Use if it's not defined. Payment handle is not defined yet. We need to copy the status style from dummy data. In orders, now let's copy payment method detail. As you can see, now it is running. Now after that, place a if statement inside this, write loading, then return, open a div, give the class name layout classes.page plus write a CSS flex item center justify center. Now inside this div we need to create new div, give a class name text ember 400. Now text will be Excel. Inside this write loading orders. If there's been error, then return, open a div, copy this above div, then place it over here. Now remove this and write error inside parenthesis and change the CSS as well. Return, open a tr tag, then write key is equal to order.id, when a class name will be table classes.row. After that, open a td, open a table data tag, then give it a class name table classes dot cell base plus font mono, text will be small, text ember 100. Then inside this write hashtag, inside parenthesis write order dot id dot slice, inside open a brackets, then write -a. Now let's create another table data tag, write class name is equal to table classes dot cell base, open a div, give a class name flex item center, gap will be 2. Now inside this place a icon fi user, class name will be text ember 400. Now inside this write a div, inside this div write a paragraph tag, give it a class name text ember 100. Inside this paragraph write order dot user question mark dot name or order dot first name plus write empty colons, then write plus order dot last name. Now inside this paragraph tag, give the class name text small, text number 400, opacity will be 60. Now inside this paragraph tag, write order dot user question mark dot phone, or they will be order dot phone. Now open a paragraph tag, write class name will be text small, text number 400, opacity will be 60. Inside this write order dot user, if it is then write dot email or order dot email. Now copy the whole para. This is user data information. Now after that we need to create another table data tag, right? Class name will be table data, table classes dot table cell base. Now inside this write div class name will be text ember 100, opacity will be 80, text small, then max width will be 200 pixels. Inside this div write order dot address. Now after that write a comma, then write order dot city, then we need to place a minus and order dot zip code. This will be the address of the user. Now let's create another table, data, give it a class name, table classes dot cell base. Inside this, place a div, give it a class name, space from y-axis will be 1, max height will be 52. Now write overflow auto. Inside this div, write order dot item dot map, write items. Inside this map, write item itm comma index idx. When our arrow function inside this, place a div, give it a class, give key will be idx, give it a class name, flex item center, cap will be 3, paragraph padding will be 2, rounded lg. Then inside this, write image tag source. Inside source, write that we need to copy the API URL and place this URL here. After that, write $, then inside parenthesis write itm.item.image URL. Then alternative will be itm.item.name. Class name will be width 10, height will be 10, object cover, rounded lg. Now inside this, write a div, give a class flex 1. Now inside this, place a span tag, give a class name text timber 100 opacity 80. Then text will be small, write block, then truncate to wrap the text. Now let's go to your code. As you can see, user data is now fetching with image and the name. Now let's go to our cluster. Inside this, as you can see, there's an item array. Inside this array, we haven't defined any image URL. Write a div, give it a class name, flex item center, cap will be 2, text will be extra small, text number 400, opacity 60. Now write span tag. Inside this, write rupees sign, then write itm.item.price. After that, open a span tag, then write and dot colon. Alright, now above price, write dot to fixed, open a new span tag, write x, then write itm dot quantity. So it will show as a quantity. Let's check the error function is not defined. Price function is not defined. Let's go to our order model. Inside price, write number. Let's recheck. As you can see, it's not loading yet. Item.price.toFig is not defined yet. So let's check our MongoDB. So after that, open a table data tag, give it a class name, table classes dot class base, then write plus, text will be center. In new div, write class flex item center, justify center, cap will be 1. Now inside this, place a icon fi box, give a class name text number 400. After that, write a span tag, class name will be text number 300, text will be large. Now inside this, write total items. Now write our table data, give it a class name, table classes dot cell base plus, right, text number 300, text will be large. Now inside this, write p sign. After that, inside parenthesis, write total price dot to fixed, and inside brackets, write 2. After that, create a table data, write class name, table classes dot cell base. Inside, open a new div, write class name will be flex column, cap will be 2. Inside this div, write a new div, give it a class name 1, place a dollar sign, then write inside parentheses, write pay method dot classes class. Now let's move this bracket, place them inside backticks. Now after that, write padding from x-axis will be 3, from y it will be 1.5, rounded edge border, text will be small. Now after that, write pay method dot label. Now open a div, give a class name, place a dollar sign, write pay status style dot color, and write flex item will be center, gap 2, text will be small. Then after that, write icon map, open a bracket, write pay status style, then dot icon. Now open a span tag, give a class name. Now inside this span, write pay status style dot label. Now let's reload. Open a new table data tag, write a class name, table classes dot cell base. Inside this tag, write a div, give it a class name flex item center, cap will be 2. Inside this div, write a span tag, give class name, write 1. Inside backticks, write dollar stat dot color. Now after that, write text excel. Inside this span, write icon map stat dot icon. Now open a select tag, and this write value will be order dot value. Now write on change method, open a arrow function, handle status change will be inside brackets, write order dot id comma e dot target dot value. Now after that, write a class name. Inside backticks, write padding will be 4 from x-axis, padding 2 from y, then rounded lg. Open a dollar sign, write stat.bg, then inside this dollar, write stat.color, write border number 200, opacity 20, text will be small, cursor pointer. Now change to 500, change border color to 500. Now let's open a new. Inside this, write object dot entries status style, then dot filter, then open brackets. Inside this, write k, open an arrow function, and place k. If it is not, then succeeded. Now write dot map key dot sty, which will be style, then open an arrow function, write a option tag. Inside the value, write key. Key will be key. Now give a class name. Inside backtext, write dollar, open parenthesis, write sty dot bg. Inside parenthesis, write sty dot color. Now after that, inside this, write sty dot label. Now after that, write a orders dot length, which is equal to 0, and open a div, write a class name, text will be center, padding from y-axis will be 12, text number 100, opacity 60, text will be large. Now close this div. Inside this div, write no orders found. Now let's recheck. As you can see, if we don't have any order, it will be showing no order found. It is responsive in mobile as well. You can scroll down in mobile to check the data. It is fully responsive. Now let's add some dummy data. Place image, then write the name, write the description, place in category like breakfast, write a price, then popularity. Now add item. As you can see in list items, the item is being added successfully. So now our admin panel is created. So let's do changes in our front end. So as you can see, till now it is our front end. So now let's go to your app.jsx. Now inside this, we make payment verification page, and let's add routes here. Right path will be slash my order slash verify. Then element will be, now let's make page folder, right, verify payment page. Now copy this and paste it, then make a file. Now type RESTful. Now go to your app component. Now paste it over here. Now let's make some other pages like checkout and my orders page. Let's first make checkout page. Path will be slash checkout. Now let's make a page folder checkout page. Inside this folder, make a file, and this file, write RESTful. Then in element, import that page here. Now cut this from here and put it in private routes. Now, secondly, we make a other page. Path will be my order. Then let's make my order page. Right, my order page. Copy this, make a file with same name. Then type RAFCE. Now let's go to app, import that page here inside private routes. Then close this app. Now let's go to our nav bar and make some changes over here. Inside nav links, right, is authenticated. Then after that, open up brackets, write name colon my orders comma to my orders route comma icon will be fi package. Then after that, write a colon and empty brackets. Then let's re-login. As you can see, my orders page has been created. Now let's remove some CSS from here and add some new CSS like padding from X will be 3. For large devices, padding X4. Padding Y will be 1.5 and for large, padding Y will be 2. Copy these CSS and paste it over here as well. Now remove this from here. Now cut this. Now remove the medium devices CSS. Now go to your dummy.admin. As you can see, I have added some navbar CSS over here and we will import that CSS from dummy admin file. Now let's check our console. As you can see, now the navbar is fully responsive for small size screen, tablet view and laptop view. Now remove this. Now close this and let's make some changes in card context file. Now go inside switch, write case, type hydrate underscore card, then write return action dot payload, then after write underscore id. Now remove this and write exist only. From I, we have to change I to ci, which is card items. Now remove this and write underscore id and change this as well. Instead of I, write cart item which is ci, and I instead of id write underscore id. Change the quantity, write quantity colon ci dot quantity plus quantity colon ci. Then after in return write underscore id comma item comma quantity. Then in remove item do the same, write ci and underscore ID. Now in update, write underscore ID and quantity, then change I with CI and ID with underscore ID. Now remove this math function from here. Then after, write case here underscore card, then return empty brackets. Now as you can see, there is an item, remove item, add item, remove item, and clear card cases over here. Now remove this from initializer. Then after, write try and com. Then in try, write JSON dot phrase. Then inside this, write local storage dot get item. Then write card, or it will be empty brackets. Then in catch, return empty brackets. This will initialize from local storage. Then after, we'll make hydrate from server API. Write use effects, open a arrow function. Inside this, write const token local storage dot get item. Write auth token. First type Axios, and we need to import Axios from Axios package. As you can see, there is an error. First, terminate your batch and install Axios. Write npm i Axios, then it will install Axios dependent package. Now rerun the command. Now let's add axios.get. Let's copy our backend URL, which is we need to paste our backend URL, which is localhost 4000. Now copy this from here, paste it over here, write forwarded slash API, then slash card. As you can see in our backend server file, we have already declared that route here. And in card route, as you can see, get card is present over here as well. Now, after that, open a parenthesis, write with credentials, which is true, comma, headers, colon, open parenthesis, write authorization colon, in brackets, write barrier, in dollar sign, write token, then after, then write dot then response, open a arrow function, dispatch, then write type will be hydrate underscore card, comma payload, colon response dot data, then after write dot catch error, open a arrow function, write if error dot response question mark dot status inside, right, which is not equal to 401. Then console dot error, then after place an empty brackets. You can see it is the odd token is getting from here. Then remove this part, type async in dispatch wrapper and write instead of quantity write qty. Then after write const token which is equal to local storage dot get item. Inside this write auth token. Then after write a const response is equal to wait axios dot post. Inside this write the URL API slash cart, then comma write item ID will be item dot underscore ID comma quantity will be qty. Then after give it a comma, write with credentials which is true. Then after headers write authorization in backticks write barrier. Then write in dollar sign write token. Then remove this from here and write response dot data. As you can see, dispatch wrapper is local storage. Be getting auth token from this URL. Then after remove this, write async underscore ID. Now copy this line and paste it here. Then write await. Then write await axios dot delete. Inside this, place backticks and URL slash API slash cart slash dollar underscore ID. Then copy this from here and put a comma and place here. Place a backtick. Now let's cut this and write slash ID. Now copy this async and paste it over here. Now write const token local storage line. Then after create const response is equal to await axios dot put. Now copy these lines from above and paste it over here. Now after write quantity which is qty comma, then cut this from here, write response dot data. Then after write const clear card which is equal to use callback, write async open arrow function inside this, copy this line and paste it here. Then after write await axios dot post. Inside this write URL, then write slash clear. Then after write empty parenthesis and put a comma and then copy the above line and paste it over here. Then after write dispatch type will be clear underscore cart and place a empty brackets. As you can see in card router, we have already made route of clear cart. Then after write const total items which is equal to cart items dot reduce. Inside this write sum comma cart item ci, then open arrow function sum plus ci dot quantity comma 0. Then after, write const total amount, which is equal to cart item dot reduce. Inside this, write sum, comma, cart item ci. Then after, open arrow function. Inside this, write price equal to cart item ci, comma, ci question mark dot item dot price. Then question mark 0. Write const qty ci. If it is, then quantity. If it is, then place 0. In return, write sum plus price into quantity. Then after, put a comma and place 0. Make another clear card over here. Then remove these and write total items, comma, total amount. Then let's check. It is not clicking. We need to write type update slash underscore item. Then in async write underscore id and change type to item. And let's check the error. Maybe we need to open our login and sign up page. First we need to update. Write const url is equal to localhost 4000. Then in use state write visible, which is false, comma message empty. Then icon will be null. Then after, remove this useIfix. Then write useIfix, open arrow function, write if showToast dot toast dot visible and toast dot message is equal to sign up successful. Then after, inside this write const trim is equal to set timeout. Then after write const timer is equal to set timeout. Now open arrow function, write set show toast, then visible is true, message empty, and icon null. Now write navigate, give a slash login, then place a comma, then write 2000 and return an arrow function, write clear timeout will be timer. Then after, put a comma, then write toast, comma, navigate. Then in place of show toast, write show toast. Then remove these two lines and write try and catch. Inside try, first we need to write console.log sign up failed. Right, comma form data. Right, in try, write const response, which is equal to wait axios.post. Right, dollar open parenthesis URL, then write forwarded slash API slash user slash register. As you can see in user router, register route has been created, comma, form data, then write console.log. Inside this write register response, then place a comma, write response.data in handle submit, write async, then after in try write if response.data dot success, then and response.data dot token, then write local storage dot set item. Inside this write or token comma response.data dot token, then after write set show toast. Inside this write visible true comma message will be sign up successful, then comma icon will be FA check circle, then after write return, then write throw new error. In this write response.data.message, or it will be registration denied failed. Then after in catch write err, which is error, then write console.error. Inside this write registration error, put a comma, then after write err, which is error, write console message, which is equal to error dot response dot data, put a question mark, then write dot message, or it will be error dot message, or write registration failed, copy from there. Now write set show toast visible, which is fail false, write message is message comma icon will be FA check circle. Now let's try to log in, try to sign up first. Write new sign up details, then write a password. Password must be of 8 words. When click on sign up, as you can see sign up successful prompt is coming, showing here, and data is being printed on console. Let's check our MongoDB. As you can see the data is coming here as well. Then let's make changes in login page. Copy the URL part, then paste it over here. Then in use state write visible is false, write message empty, then is error will false. Then after remove these lines, in handle submit write try and catch, in try write const response is equal to await exios dot get dot post open backticks, then $sign open parenthesis write URL slash API slash user slash login, then make it asynchronous, write comma open a parenthesis, inside this write email colon form data dot email, then write password colon form data dot password, then after console the data, write axios response, which is response, then after write if response dot status, which is equal to 200, and response dot data dot success and response dot data dot token, then local storage dot set item. Inside this write auth token comma res data dot token, then after let's make remember me checkbox. You can see the data will be coming to our console, so we need to make a remember me checkbox. Write form data dot remember me question mark local storage dot set item. Inside this write login data comma JSON stringify form data, then after put a colon local storage dot remove item, then write login data, then after write set your toast visibility will be true comma message write login successful, then is error will be false, then after write set timeout, open a arrow function. Inside this write set your toast visible is false comma message is empty and is error is false, then write on login success response dot data dot token. As you can see, it will show the toast, then after write 1500, then write else console dot warn unexpected token error, place a comma, write response dot data, then throw a new error. Inside this write response dot data dot message or will login failed, then in catch write console dot error axios error, put a comma, write error, then write if there is error dot response, then console dot error write server response comma error dot response dot status, place a comma, then write error dot response dot data, then after write const message equal to error dot response dot data, place a question mark, then write dot message place or it will error dot message or write login failed, then write set your toast visible will false will true comma message is message, then comma is error is true, Then place set timeout as we written above. Then in show toast write visible. Then let's recheck. Let's login. Login with your current ID, username and email and password, and we need to click remember me. Then as you can see, login is successful and data is not printing. Let's check. Make a div, give a class name, in backticks write padding will be 4, padding y will be 3, then rounded medium, shadow will be large, flex item center, gap to text will be small, then in $sign write show toast dot is error, then after place question mark, then write bg red 600, then write text will be white, bg green 400 and text white. In place of this span, write show toast dot message, then relogin and check again. As you can see, our red box is coming now. Let's see the error. User doesn't exist, result not defined. Okay, so let's scroll up. Inside type write email and name write email and placeholder write email. Now remove the username to email, then remove padding from right will be 10, then recheck. As you can see, now it is coming green. Now let's check the localhost API error or token. Menu is not clicking, so we need to place a link, remove href to write .2, do same with this. As you can see, now link is clicking and we are heading to that page. This site is responsive as well. Now go to our home menu and let's remove this dummy data line. Then in this line write update quantity and remove this as well. Then write const, open a brackets, write menu data, comma set menu data, which is equal to use state. Inside this place brackets, then after write use effects, open a arrow function, then write axios dot get, place a URL, then write dot then response, open arrow function, inside this write const group equal to response dot data dot reduce, then after write account comma item, open arrow function, then count item dot category, which is equal to account item dot category or empty brackets. Then after write count item dot category dot push item, then write return account. Then after place empty parenthesis, then write set menu data inside this grouped. Then after write dot catch console dot error, then place empty brackets, and we will get items from this URL. Let's make use ID to find and update. Right. Const get cart entry equal to ID, open arrow function, cart item dot find ci, open arrow function ci dot item dot underscore ID is equal to ID. Then write const get quantity equal to ID, open arrow function here, get cart entry, inside this write ID, if it is write dot quantity or 0, then write const display items equal to menu data, inside this write active category, then or it is empty brackets, right after that slice it with index 0 and 4. Now go to your, as you can see in our menu section, the image is not coming here. Let's remove this line and write const qty is equal to get quantity item dot underscore id, then after write const cart entry equal to get cart entry, inside this write item underscore id, then in place of id write underscore id and remove this, write image url. Then let's check again, it's throwing some error. Let's check console, quantity is not defined. Okay, so let's go to our code, replace quantity with qty. Let's recheck again. As you can see, now image is showing up here. Let's add to cart. Here it's again giving quantity is not defined. Quantity to qty and replaces here as well. Then in place of this write update quantity, then write cart entry dot underscore id, then in remove write cart entry dot underscore id, then after in place of quantity write qty, change it here as well. As you can see, it will update, and this write copy this and paste it over here as well. Then let's add the item. As you can see, it is been added, but the image is not showing up here. Let's close all components. Then in our menu, in our home menu, the backend is not connected in my orders, so we need to connect and fetch data from there. As you can see, it is showing an N in our home menu. we need to update. The price is not updating, right? So we need to update our price. In this, write number, then dot to fix, which will do. Now in our home menu, copy this and go to our menu. In place of these lines, paste it here. Then write use effect, open arrow function, write const fetch menu is equal to asynchronous, then write open up arrow function, write try and catch. Inside try, write const response will be await axios dot get place URL, then write const by category equal to response dot data reduce then account comma item, open arrow function, write const cat, which will be category is equal to item dot category, or it will uncategorized, and then write category cat is equal to account cat, or it will be empty brackets. Then after write account cat dot push item, then return account, then place empty brackets here, then write set menu data by category, then in catch write a console error. Inside this write failed to load menu items, place a comma, then write error, then after fetch menu write empty brackets here, then let's recheck, reload this site, there comes an error, display item is not defined, let's define it, const get, copy these lines and paste it over here. Then after write item to display and define the display, write const display items which is equal to menu data active category, if it is then write empty brackets dot slice it to 0th index there till 12, then after in this line write const cart entry is equal to get cart entry, write item dot underscore id, then remove this and write cart entry if it is dot quantity or 0, then write id to underscore id, in image write image url or item dot image, then place a number, then write 2 fixed in brackets like 2, then in this line write update quantity, inside this write cart entry underscore id, then in remove cart write cart entity dot underscore id, then remove this and write update quantity, then after inside this write cart entry dot underscore id. Let's recheck, reload the site. As you can see, we can add over here, but the image is not coming. Let's import the image as well. Image URL u will be capital. Then as you can see, image is now loading. We can add and remove items. Changes on special menu inside our special offer file. Remove this line inside this, right? Please const item, comma, set items. Then write use state inside this, place brackets. Then after, we need to fetch menu items. Then write use effects, open arrow function. Let's get URL axios.get, place the URL. Then after, write dot, then response will be arrow function set items response dot data dot items. If it is, then write response dot data. Then after, write dot catch the error, which is open arrow function console dot error. Inside this, write error. Then after, place our empty brackets here. Then write const display list. Then write array dot is array items. If it is, then write items dot slice and slice it to 0 and write show all. If it is, write 8:4, then colon empty brackets. Now it will get the data from backend and it will display the list of items in our console. Then in product card, write item and remove this line and write display list dot map items, and inside this, write item dot underscore id. Write underscore id here. Then quantity will be qty. Then after, write const cart id equal to cart item. If it is, write underscore id. Then replace this with item dot underscore id. Then in image, write image URL item dot name. Then title will be name. Then inside price, write number. After that, change the brackets. Then after, write to fixed. Inside brackets, write to. Place a rupee sign. Then after, write qty in place of quantity. Then write which is greater than 0. Then place quantity. Remove the quantity and place qty. Then after, remove this, write cart id. Then in place of quantity, write qty. Then remove this as well, write cart id. Then after, remove quantity to qty and cart id, right? Then remove qty, right? Then after, remove this line, this whole line inside add to cart, right? Item, comma 1. Then as you can see in our special menu, the item is visible here and we can add it over here. But in my cards, my menu, the changes is not done. Let's go to our cart page. Inside this, write total amount. Then after, write const API underscore URL, which will be the backend URL localhost 4000. Then inside card items write underscore id dot comma item comma quantity. Then remove the item, write underscore id. Then image, in place of image write image url, or it will image dot item dot image. Inside price write number as we did before, and write to fixed to. For image url, let's write const build image url equal to package path open arrow function, right? If there will no path, then return empty bracket, then return nothing, then after return path dot starts with, right, http. If it is, then write path colon dollar open parenthesis, right, api underscore url slash uploads slash dollar sign open parenthesis, right, path dot replace with slash, then write our url, which is upload comma, right, empty commas. Then in this line, in image, write build image url, place the brackets correctly in build image url, right, or image dot item dot image. Then in update quantity, right, underscore id comma math dot max. Let's see, remove this, and then after remove item here as well. Under right underscore id here, replace id with underscore id. In this price, write number as we did before, place the closing brackets, then write dot to fixed, inside brackets write 2, then remove this and write total amount in total, and place number, write brackets, after that write to fixed 2. Then as you can see, image is loading and it can be seen by clicking on it. Then we need to fetch price, then remove this item. As you can see, now the price is being fetched and working fine. We can also remove that. As you can see, it is being added again. It's working fine now. Now let's go to our components and make a new component checkout. Then inside this, write a checkout file .jsx, then write RESTful. Then in checkout, inside this, remove this, and inside fragments, write navbar, import navbar, then import checkout, then import footer. Then after, import navbar from components navbar slash navbar. Then after import footer from components footer slash footer. Then let's check our checkout page, write a URL slash checkout. As you can see, page has been created. Then in cart page, remove this button to add a link over here. Let's import link from React router down. Let's remove this first. Place it over here. Now it's working. It is not working here. Then write to slash checkout. Now you can see it is re-rendering to our checkout page. Now close all tabs and let's make checkout page. Write div. Inside this div, give a class name. Write minimum height of screen, min h screen, background gradient to B. Then from this color to this color. Then text will be white. Padding from y-axis will 16 and padding from x is 4. Inside this, give it a new div. Class name will be from margin x auto. Max width will be 4xl. Then inside this, place link, then import link from React router DOM. Then write a route slash cart. Write class name flex item center. Cap will be 2. Then after write text number 400, margin bottom 8. Inside this, write a icon, FA arrow left. Then after write back to cart. Import this icon from React icon. Let's check our cart page. As you can see, a back button has been created. Then after, open a h1 tag, give it class name text 4xl, font will be bold, text center, margin bottom 8. Inside this, write checkout. Then open a form tag. In this, write on submit, handle submit. Then give your class name, grade column 2 for large devices, and gap will be 12. Inside this, copy this code snippet on dummy data, which is present inside assets folder. You can see personal info section is present over here. Copy from there and paste it over here. Checkout page. Then after, write a const total amount, then which is equal to use card. Then after import use card from component card context. Then after place a comma, then write cart items. As you can see, cart items is declared in cart context. Then write a comma, copy this total amount, clear cart. Then after write const navigate equal to use navigate. Then after write const local location is equal to use location. Then after write const, let's copy this code snippet from dummy data and paste it over here. Then after write const loading, comma set loading is equal to use state false. Then after write const error, comma set error, which is equal to use state null. You can see form data is coming like first name, last name, city, address from our backend. Order models, as you can see from here, the data is coming from backend. Then after we need to write make grab token. Write const token is equal to local storage dot get item. Inside this write auth token. Then after write const auth headers equal to token. If it is, then write auth authorization in backticks write barrier, then write token inside parenthesis, then after write empty brackets. Let's make payment details in our checkout. Then after write div, give it a class name, a background color with opacity 80, padding will be 6, rounded 3xl, space from y-axis will be 6, give it a h2 tag, then class name will be text 2xl, font bold, write payment details. Let's go and check. There will be an error. Handle submit is not defined. So let's define handle submit. First make order items. Inside this write a div. Give it a class name. Space from y will be 4. Margin bottom 6. Then open a h3 tag. Write class name will be text large. Font will be semi bold. Text number 100. Then inside this write order item. Then we need to add payment gateway. Opening here, write use effect, open arrow function. Inside this write const params is equal to new URL search params location dot search. Then after write const payment status equal to params dot get. Inside brackets write payment underscore status. Then after write const session ID will be params dot get. Inside this write session underscore ID. Then after write if statement, if payment status, then inside this write set loading will be true. Then inside this write if payment status is equal to success and set session ID, then axios.get.post. Inside this place a URL, write forward it slash and confirm. As you can see in our routes, we created our confirm payment route. Then after write comma session ID, comma, headers, auth headers, then write dot then open brackets, write data, open arrow function. Inside this, write clean card, clear card, then write navigate, write a route, my orders, place a comma, then write state colon, then open a parenthesis, write order colon data dot order, then close parenthesis, then write dot catch error, open arrow function. Inside this, write console dot error payment confirm payment confirmation error, then place a comma, write error, then after write set error. Inside this, write payment confirmation failed, please connect support, please contact support. Then after write dot finally, open arrow function set loading, which is false. Then after write else if payment status equal to cancel, open arrow function, open up brackets, then write set error, payment was cancelled or failed, please contact support. Then after write set loading false, then after write open brackets, location dot search, comma clear card, comma navigate, comma auth headers. Then after write const handle input change is equal to e, open arrow function, const name colon name comma value equal to e target, then write set form data preview, open arrow function, write previous, then comma name colon value. Then we need to make submit function. Write const handle submit, comma is equal to async e, open arrow function. Inside this, write e prevent default. Then after write set loading true. Write set error will be null. Then we need to make calculate pricing function. Write const subtotal is equal to number. Inside this, write total amount dot to fixed to 2. Then make const tax is equal to number. Inside this, write subtotal plus into 0.05 dot to fix in brackets, write 2. Then we need to go dummy data in a dummy data admin file, copy this payload and paste it over here. In this, there is subtotal, total, and items and quantity. Then we need to make a try and catch. Inside try, write a if function, write if statement. Inside this, write form data dot payment method, which is equal to online. If it is, then write const data equal to await axios dot post. Inside this, write URL slash orders and write payload, comma headers, auth headers. Then after write window dot local storage window dot location dot href then equal to data dot checkout URL. Then write else if it is cash on delivery, then write const data equal to await axios dot post. Inside this, write a URL and payload. Then write clear cart and navigate to my orders page. Right, state will be orders. Inside this, place colon data dot order. Then after in catch, write console dot error. We need to write order submission error. Then after write error, write set error will be error dot response. If it is, then data dot message then copy, then write or failed to submit order. Then write finally set loading, write false the in orders item, write cart item dot map, place id underscore id comma item comma quantity. Open arrow function. Inside this, place a div, give it a key underscore id and class name flex just justify between item center and background color will be this. Paragraph padding will be 3 rounded large. Then after make a div, give flex1. Inside this, open a span tag, give class name text number 100. Inside this, write item dot name. Then make another span tag, give it class name, margin left will be 2, text number 500, opacity 80, text small. Inside this, write quantity and place a x which is into sign. Then after open a span tag, give class name text number 300. Inside this, write a rupee sign. Then in brackets, write item dot price into quantity. Then write 2 fix. In brackets, write 2. Then after, write payment summary. Total amount is equal to total amount. We'll make payment method. Inside this div, make a label tag. Give class name block urgent bottom 2. Inside this, write payment method. Open a select tag. In name, write payment method. Value will be form data dot payment method. On change, write handle input change required and give it a class name with full background color. Opacity will be 50. Rounded XL. Padding from x-axis 4, from y 3. Then inside this, write option tag. Value will be null. Then select method. Now copy these and paste it. After that, write online payment, cash on delivery. Inside value, write COD and in online, write online. Then after, for error, write error and open a paragraph tag, give it class name, text red 400. Margin top will be 2. Close this paragraph tag inside this. write error in brackets. Then after, open a button tag, write type will be submit, disabled is equal to loading, then class name with full background gradient to right from red to amber 600. Then padding from y-axis will be 4, rounded XL, font bold, flex, justify center, item will be center. Inside this, write icon FLOC, give class name, margin right 2, then after write loading if it is, then write processing, open a, then write colon, completed, complete order. Then come from that in below write const input is equal to label, comma name, comma type, which is equal to text, comma value, comma on change, open arrow function. Inside this write div, in this div write label, class name, block, margin right 2, margin bottom 1, then label, then after place an input tag, write type equal to type, then name equal to name, and value will be value. On change is on change, then required, give it a class name with full background will be this, then opacity 50, rounded XL, padding from X will be 4, padding from Y is 2. Then after, make a const payment summary. Inside this, in brackets, write total amount, open arrow function, in parentheses, we need to write total const subtotal is equal to number, and copy these lines, and after paste it over here. Then after write const total is equal to number, inside brackets write subtotal plus tax dot toFix, inside brackets write 2. Then after return, inside this make a div, give class name, space from y-axis 2, inside this make another div, give class flex justify between, make a span tag, then write subtotal colon, then after new span write rupee sign, open parenthesis subtotal dot toFix, in brackets write 2, then open a new div, give class flex justify between, inside this open span tag, write tax 5% colon, then after span tag write rupee tax dot toFixed, in brackets write 2, then open a div, give class name flex justify between, font will be bold, border top, padding from top 2, then in span tag write total, open span, then write rupee sign total dot toFix, in brackets write 2, close the parenthesis, then refresh your checkout page. As you can see, when once we add more items, it is 400 rupees, as you can see. the subtotal is fetching, and then tax will be added and total amount is shown here. We can choose payment method, COD, and online. We can choose method. Then let's check if data is, let's give some dummy data and check if it is printing in console or not. Then click proceed. As you can see, it is heading towards proceed to, as you can see, it's taking to our payment gateway page. Now it is working fine. Now let's make my orders page. Let's check our MongoDB. The payment, you can see all data is coming here. Let's go to verify payment page. We need to make this page first. Open a new div. Open a div. Give class name, minimum height screen, flex, item center, justify center, text white. Inside this, write paragraph tag. Then inside this, open parenthesis, write status message. Then after, write console clear card is equal to use card. Write const search is equal to use location. Then after, write const navigate is equal to use navigate. Then write status message, comma, set status message equal to use search params, use state. Then write verifying payment. Let's go to checkout and copy this grab token line, place it over here, and copy this payment gateway opening as well and place it over here. Now inside this, now write use effect, open arrow function, then write const params is equal to new URL search params. Then after, write search, write const success is equal to params.get inside comma, write success. Then after, write const session ID is equal to params.get inside this, write session underscore ID. Then after, we need to make missing or cancelled payment. If it is, then write success is not equal to true or not equal to session ID. Then inside this, make another if statement, write success is equal to false. Then after, inside this, write navigate to checkout page, comma, replace true. As you can see, if payment fails, then it redirect to checkout page. Then write return. After return, write set status message, write payment failed but order placed. For completion, Then after write return. Now we need to add Stripe success, which is true. Then write axios.get, place a backend URL, then write params session ID, comma, headers, colon, auth headers, then after write dot then open arrow function inside this, clear card, then navigate to the my orders page, comma, replace colon true. Then write catch error inside this open arrow function, write console.error inside this, write confirmation error colon comma error. Then after write set status message. There was an error. Clear card false. Then place a comma, write search, comma card, clear card, comma navigate, comma auth headers, comma auth headers. Then we need to go to our my orders page. First, make a component of my order. Write RFC, then remove this line. Give name my order page. Then inside fragments, import navbar, my order page, component, then footer. Then after import navbar and footer. Then as you can see, my order component is visible here. So let's go to my order page, the my order component, and make let's make it. Give a div inside class name, write main height will be screen and gradient background gradient to bottom right from this color code to via this color to this color code. Then padding for y-axis will be 12, for x will be 4. In small devices, padding x-axis will be 6, for large it will be 8. Open a div, give class name mxauto, max width will be 7xl, then inside this write a div, give class name flex, justify between item center, margin bottom 8. Then open a link tag, give a route slash, and then class name will be flex item center, gap to text number 400 over text number 300. Then after, let's import link from React Router DOM. Then after, inside this, place a icon FA arrow left, give class name text left, text Excel, close this tag. Then after, open a span tag, give class name font bold, write back to home. Hold this arrow icon from React icon .fi. Then as you can see, a back to home button is created. Then let's make a div, give class name, flex item center, gap will be 4. Inside this, make a span tag, give class name, text number 400, opacity 70. Then write text small. Inside this, write if user dot email. Then above return, write const order, comma, orders, comma, state orders, set orders is equal to use state. Then const loading, comma, set loading, which is equal to use state, which is true. And write const error, comma, set error is equal to use state null. Then after write const user is equal to json dot phrase. Then write inside this write local storage dot get item. Inside this write user. Then after we need to fetch orders for a user. Inside let's make use effect. Open arrow function. Then write const fetch orders is equal to asynchronous function. And inside this function write try and catch. Inside try write const response equal to await. Write axios dot get. Then inside this paste the URL with backend URL. Let's import axios from axios package. Then give a comma, write params colon email colon user question mark dot email. Then after place a comma, write headers in parentheses, write authorization colon in backticks barrier dollar. Then open parenthesis local storage dot get item, write auth token. Then after write const. We need to copy the code snippets from this dummy data. This is format of data. As you can see here, MERN date hour minute, which is stored in local data string. Then there is an item array, which is id items. Then after write set orders, formatted orders. Then after write set error null. Inside catch write console error, open a brackets, write error fetching orders, comma error. Then write set error dot response if it is, then dot data question mark dot message, then or write failed to load orders, please try again later. Then write finally open parenthesis inside this, write set loading, which is false. Then after write fetch order in brackets, write user if it is dot email. Then copy this code snippet from dummy data file and paste it over here. In this we get payment details, and status of status style like out for delivery, delivered, pending, all, and card, UPI, label, details. Then after, we need to make, then after, for errors, write if error, then return, make a div, give class name, minimum height is screen, background gradient to bottom right from this color via this one to this color code. Then write flex item center, justify center, then write text excel, gap will be 4. Inside this, open up paragraph tag. Inside this, write error, open a button tag, write on click, open arrow function, write window dot location dot reload, then write class name flex item center, gap will be 2, text number 400, hover text number 300. Then inside this, place a icon, fi arrow left, and write class name, text excel. Inside this, open a span tag with in which write try again. Then, as you can see, Windows location will give try again prompt. Then after, open a div, give class name, give a color code, opacity 80. Then backdrop will be blur, rounded 3xl, padding will be 8, shadow 2xl, then border will be 2. Then border ember 500, opacity 20. Inside this, open a h2 tag, give class name text 3xl, font bold, margin bottom will 8, background gradient to right from ember 300 to ember 500, background clip text, text transparent, text center. Then inside this, write order history. Now, after that, open a div, give class name overflow for X auto, then write a table tag. Inside this, give class name with full. Then after, inside this, write a head tag. Then give class name, give a background color with opacity 50. Inside this, open table row tag. Then copy this code snippet of table row and paste it inside this. As you can see, let's reload. There is an error. FI clock icon is not defined. So let's import. Now, as you can see, now it is working fine. Then after, open a tbody tag and copy this code snippets from dummy data file and place inside parentheses. As you can see, total items will be fetching from there and total price with payment method, status and payment status. All details will came from orders.map. Then after write in return, open a table row tag, give key. Now let's open tr tag. Now write key is equal to inside parentheses write order dot underscore id. Then give a class name, border bottom, border color will be amber, opacity 20. Then hover bg, then give a color code opacity 30. Then write transition color group. Inside this, write td tag, give a class name, padding 4, then write text temp 100, font will be mono, text small. Then after, write hash, open parenthesis, write order dot underscore id. If it is, write dot slice. Inside this, write -8. Then go to your myorders page. Then refresh this. After this, open a td tag. Then write class name padding 4. Inside this, open our div. Give class name flex. Item center cap will be 2. Inside this div, write add icon fi user. Give class name text temp 400. Open a new div. Inside this div, open paragraph tag. Give a class name text temp 100. Inside this, write order dot first name. Then after, write order dot last name between this. Then after, write paragraph tag. Class name will be text small, text temp 400, opacity 60. Then inside this, write order dot phone. Copy this and paste it over here. Change the icon to fi map pin. Then in div, write a class name text temp 100, opacity 80. Text will be small, max width will 200 pixel. And inside this, write order dot address, comma, order dot city. Then write order dot zip code. Then after, open a td tag, give padding 4. Inside this, write div with class name y space from y-axis 2. Then write order dot item dot map. Now inside this, open brackets, write item dot index, open an arrow function. Inside this, write div key, write key, which is equal to, open parenthesis, write order dot underscore id minus dollar, open parenthesis, write index, then write, give a class name, flex item center, cap will be 3, padding 2, background color will be this, then opacity 50, rounded LG. Then inside this, give a image tag with a source. Inside this, write, give a backend URL with item.image URL. Then after, for alternative, write item.name. Then after, write class name, width will be 10, height will be 10, object cover, rounded LG. Now let's check. First we need to add, first we need to check out, and it will, then first we need to place order, then it shows in my orders page. Then as you can see, all details were coming here with image. Now right, div, give a class flex1. Inside this, write a span tag, give class text temp 100, opacity 20, opacity 80. Then write text will be small, block. Then inside this, item.name. Then open another div, give class flex item center cap 2 text small extra small, then text number 400 opacity 60. Inside this, when a span tag, inside this span write rupee sign, then write item dot price, then write span tag again, give class name max mx1, then inside this write and dot, then after another span tag give a x sign which is into sign, then in parenthesis write item in dot quantity, then open another table data tag, give class name padding 4 text center. Inside this make a div, give class flex item center, justify center gap 1. Inside this oh, place a icon fi box, give class text number 400. Inside this write span tag class text number 300, text will be large, right? Inside this total items, then after create another table data tag, give class padding 4 text number 300, text will be large, then inside this write rupee, then inside the parenthesis write total price dot to fix in brackets write 2, then after open in another table data tag, give class name padding 4, inside this open div, give class flex column cap 2, then in this write div class in backticks write and night dollar sign, then after inside parenthesis write payment method dot class, then after write padding from x-axis will be 3, for y it will 1.5, then rounded lg border the text small, then after write payment method dot label. After this you can see the payment method is showing now with price, total items, and this. Now let's, as you can see our dot is present over here. Now below this div make another div, give class name inside this and backticks write dollar open parenthesis write payment method dot class. After that write padding x 6 will be 3, for y 1.5, rounded lg text will be small, then inside this write payment method dot icon, then after give a span tag, write payment status dot label, then as you can see payment icon and label and name will be shown here. Write color, show the color, then after make a table data tag, give class name padding 4, inside this make a div, give class name flex item center, cap will be 2, inside this make a span tag, give class backticks right dollar sign and brackets right status dot color, text will be lg, then after inside this write status label status icon, then after open a span, then give class which is padding from x-axis whole, then from y it will to rounded lg, then in open dollar sign, then inside this write status dot pg, then in another write status dot color, then after write border number 500 opacity 20, text will be small, inside this write status label, as you can see status being shown here with the icon. Now when you go to your admin panel and change the status, and once you reload your front end page, then you can see the status is being changed. Right here write order dot length which will be equal to 0 and inside brackets write div, give class, text center, padding for y-axis fill 12, text number 100, opacity 60, text will be large. Inside this write no orders found. Now close this tag. It's now you can see our front end changes is completed here. Now everything is functional. Then let's go to our database MongoDB. Let's check our data is coming and showing here. Let's reload and add some. You can see everything is working fine. Let's add some items and go to your card. As you can see, items added. You can increase or remove the items. Then there comes a checkout page, which is working now. Let's fill some dummy data. Payment method will be online. Then do click proceed button. Once it will take you to checkout Stripe checkout page. Let's get some dummy cards from Stripe testing. In this, scroll down and type India and copy this dummy card details and paste it here. Write some dummy date for future and CVV. Then after write cardholder name and save. After check, as you can see, payment is done and the label is showing completed, but status is showing pending. Let's change the status from our admin panel. Go to your admin panel. Now in recent order, you can change the status to out for delivery. Now once you reload your front end page, as you can see, the status is changed out for delivery. Now let's change to delivered. As you can reload, as you can see, it is delivered. Now everything is completed. The site is fully functional and responsive. You can add items. You can check the checkout page, my orders page, and checkout page. As you can see, it is responsive as well. Now our site is fully completed here. Now let's go to our contact and let's add some functionality to get messages in our WhatsApp from contact page. Open your contact page. Now let's remove this toast. Here, remove this line as well. Then go write const message is equal to in backticks, write name, open dollar sign, then open parenthesis, write form data. Snippets are provided in dummy data file. Let's copy this from there and paste it over here. It will contain like name, phone, email, address, dish, and query. Write const encode message is equal to encode URL component inside brackets write message. Then after we need to add WhatsApp number in which this message were forwarded. Then write const WhatsApp number is equal to write a dummy number. Add WhatsApp API here. Copy this API from dummy data file. Then paste this copied toast here and remove this message, right? Opening WhatsApp and dot dot dot. Then after write below window dot open windows, write WhatsApp URL, comma, blank, then write this line set from data, name, phone, email, address, inquiry. Close all tabs and go to your front end. Now write some dummy details. Let's check our WhatsApp API is working now. As you can see, it will take you to your WhatsApp number with the message and query. Now everything is working fine. Now to demonstrate multi-user support, let's open a new Chrome tab and log in with different credentials. Go to your sign up, write a new name and new email. Let's change the email, then write password. Then there is an error. The email is already registered, so change the email. Let's write 67. As you can see, now it's working. Now let's go back and write the new email ID to log in with this account. Now, as you can see, my order page, you'll see it's empty. That's because user can only see their own orders, ensuring privacy and data isolation. Now let's add some items. Go to your cart. Let's fill the checkout page. Payment method will be online. Then give a first name, email address, and on completing, it will redirect to Stripe payment gateway. Then adds card credentials. After that, payment is completed. It will redirect to my orders page. You can see the order is completed. Now on your admin panel, you can see a new order is presented over here. You can change the order status from here. You can see the order status is changed. So that's all. Thanks for watching this video. Do like and subscribe.